We talked in the last session, we talked about what I call like how to take care of installation, right? Prior to that, we talked about data management activities like data management, management, and hierarchy. After that, we started off understanding like what are the prerequisites that we need to consider to install Informatica MDM one in a single host system and second in multi-host system. But practically, what we tried was we tried to get into okay, yeah. So we tried to perform two major activities. One, let us say if someone has already created the hub store, yeah, then how one can start making use of that particular hub store in order to install different components of MDM hub. Yes or no? So now which includes what you call one app server. Second, I think we talked about that. Like what are the steps that we can follow in order to install application server? What are the things that we can follow, guys? So before we follow the steps, first we need to understand in which form we got JBoss. So did we get in what archival form, which is zippable form, and second, which is what jar executable form. Yeah. So in case if you get zippable form, then what we could do, we can just unzip and set down what we call paths. Yeah? So path in the sense or like setting what we call Java home and corresponding binaries like Javin, right? Java C, Java EXE, Java Web Start. Yeah? Pin folder just to make it very simple, right? So that's what we need to do if we extract it. Yeah. So next is what if you get in jar executable, these things like setting up environment will be taken care by itself. So yeah, so then to install jar executable, we just have to supply jar followed by jbus exe dot let's say jar. Yeah. So yeah, fine. So then we can if you just run it, you will get what you call wizard-based options. So we just need to supply to get this particular JBus installed. Yeah. So that's what we do with respect to what installation of JBus. Once it is ready, we can run JBus. So I think we talked of multiple ways to run it. One by using run.bat and second by using what? Standalone bat, whatever, right? So we can use one of them. Let's say standalone bat. Yeah. So the prerequisite, let's say we executed this particular standalone bat without giving any configuration. In that case, in case if you have configured some extra properties within configuration file, it would not consider because it will just bring up with a default configuration. So that is why, so we should always, or the best practice is what? It is always advisable to specify what I call this particular configuration file so that whatever has been configured like a multi-node or different port numbers or some other message queue stuff or whatever database properties, all that, right? If you have defined some extra things which are not part of default, they'll be considered. Then the next question is what do you want this particular JBus available in a in local host and also in remote? If you want it for both, then we need to use what 0.0.0.0, or else we can also supply what we call static IP address. Remember that. I repeat, we can also supply static, I would say IP address, static IP, which is public address, I can say static public IP address. Remember that. So that from anywhere people can access this, because this you'll get it from ISP. So then we can supply, for example, any IP name. So 192.168, whatever. This is not public. I'm just giving one example. No. So this is what we need to solve. If you give this one static IP address, right? While accessing, we have to use this only. No, so no other way. So which means on the same host, they cannot access it. From remote, it's accessible. That's why we go with what 0000, so that we can access in local and also from remote. Yeah. So that's about what we call bringing up standalone WAN, which means bringing up JBoss application server. Yeah. So once we know like how to install, how to bring up JBoss, now JBoss is a container, right? It will contain what different what we call components or different services. Now in the context of what we call MDM, so we got multiple components that we discussed as part of theoretical discussions, right? Like we have got hub server, client server, mass server, provisioning, entity 360, whatever, Informatica platform, or even party web service or lookup webs, whatever. So we can have what I call multiple, what I call services offered by Informatica MDM. Even sometimes we can also have external calls. I think someone is asking question about external call, right? Like a BES, business entity service external call. You know, so which means once you build any external call, right, that also can be deployed in the container, which is deployment location of this particular application server. So whatever is available here, right? So like hub server and clans match. Then we have E360, whatever. Then we have provisioning. Then we'll have Informatica platform or some external, what you call, services as well. Remember that. Yeah. So in simple terms, if you want to make these services accessible from the web, just to make it very simple, then so deploy it here so that we can access from what you call from the web. For example, here we talked about this, right? Then supply what we call HTTP colon host name colon some port number, whatever you're listening to. Example. So that's it. So that's what we need to give, right? Similarly, even any external service that you wanted from outside, right? So which can be invoked through some URL. We have to deploy, but it is not mandatory that all of them should be deployed here. All in the sense, for example, we know we have got user exits, and we've also talked about what we call extending plans functionality. So those things, if you want, we can deploy here, but we can also place it some other location and get it registered to MDM Hub or to E360 or with what you call provisioning. So it all depends on how we are going to make it available. Yeah, if you want to make it available like this, which means invoke it through web, then we have to deploy it here. Because we talked about, I think when we talked about architecture, so the importance of having this here files or JBoss, right? I think we talked about it. Yeah. So use JBoss if it is really required, or else don't use it. For example, for user exits, it's not required. If you try to place it here, there is extra overhead for JBoss to bring up this service, right? So that's not required. So even for data governance stuff also, you don't need to get it deployed. For example, if you want to extend the task operations like save or approve handlers or some other handlers. Yeah, those things you don't need to get it deployed here unless you're worried for JBoss, right? So put it outside so that we are going to offload some of the activities for JBoss. So place only the necessary things in this container so that we can make use of only those capabilities rather than unnecessary thing, adding unnecessary things over here. Fine. So I think we have seen this. I think we have not seen in that. So this also we have not seen. That's very simple anyway. Yeah, fine. So that's it. Once you bring up this and then container contains these many things, right? So then we talked about like how to install this particular hub server. What are the ways to install this hub server, guys? Who can answer this quickly? One, in a graphical mode. Second, interactive mode, which means command driven mode. And third, silent mode, which means we supply all the properties that are required to install MDM Hub in silent.properties file. Then it will get installed. That's it. Yeah. So as a result of this, so it is going to perform what I call post install operations. So result of that will be sent to what? Deployment location. Post means what? Just copying this. So just to copy the jars which are part of Info MDM. First, it is going to install in the Info MDM default folder. Example, I'm talking about Hub server. In that, you will have bin folder. In that, you will have what? MRM server.ear file. That ear file will be deployed in this location. That's it. So we can say, so this is equal to MRM server.ear file. I think we talked about why we need ear, right? Enterprise archive. You know? So that's it. That's the first thing. And then in case if it is failed, you know, I think we have seen that it got failed, right? So initially, yes, sir. Then what we did? So we have just used what we call post install setup file. Yes, sir. Setup.bat or shell script. You know? So we have just executed it with what we call master database as input. So then after that, it was successful. You know? So that's it. You know? Now, once we install this particular hub server, the similar steps we need to follow to install hub plus install .exe, right? So that's it. Here, so navigate what I call inputs are same as hub server, except master database details. We don't need to supply here. But in case of hub install, so we need to supply MDB details like host name, port number, then username, schema name, password. Right? But here we don't need to supply. So then we just have to supply JBus, then license, so then location. That's it. Yeah. So once we do that, it will get installed. If it is failed again, here also we need to run post install script. Yeah. I repeat here also. So we need to run what we call post install script to install this particular what we call cleanse. Yeah. So that's it. So this is what we need to take care. But one thing which I did not talk about earlier was permissions. Yeah. So remember, guys, what is the permission that is required to install MDM Hub? Admin. In case if you try to install non-admin, then what happens? Yeah. So then this you'll not have access to copy all that, right? So what will happen? This installation will get failed. So we need to run the script with admin privileges, like run as administrator, we have, right? Using that, you can just get it fixed. Yeah? So that in case if you have logged on with a non-admin privileges, or otherwise, what we can also have another role of people with what proxy user. So with that also, we could able to get it installed. Yeah? So that's it about cleanse part. Yeah. So after that, we can also what you call look at resource kit. Yeah. So which means, so this particular resource kit is required if you want to avail some of the samples given by built by Informatica. One, from user exits. Second, from SIF SDK. Third, simple SDK, which will contain even, let's say, cleanse, which we talked about, right? And we can also get what you call BES calls from SDK. So which means pre-built BES template, you'll get it. You can directly import and modify something like what we did in cleanse, right? Same thing. This is also same thing. This is also same thing. Everything is same. We'll try to do at least one or two more. We'll try to do this and also this. So this we don't have a license. So because from 10.2 only this got introduced. Yeah. So, but I'll talk about the steps that we need to consider to take care of external call operation. Yeah. Like Wisdale, so what they call SOAP and extensions, how to make use of that. Yeah. So that's it. So which means these things will get it as part of what resource kit. But before install resource kit, make sure that a sample ORS is what you call created as part of the hub store and registered. That's it. Yeah. So that's all about the steps that we followed to install what you call MDM Hub components for a given hub store. Now, next part, what we discussed, how to create what you call hub store. Yes, sir. So, second part we discussed. So, which means what are the steps that we need to consider in order to what create hub store. So as we all know that hub store comprises of master database and ORS database. Yeah. So we can install one master, multiple ORS databases, or we can also install multiple masters, multiple ORS databases. I think we tried only one. So now in order to create a hub store, what are the steps we followed, guys? So there is and script. As I said, there are two ways to create what we call hub store. One, by using SQL scripts. Second, by using what and script. Yeah. So I think what we followed was and script, but I'll try to show one example just to create a hub store with some other what you call script. Yeah. So which is SQL script. Yeah. But anyway, we'll talk about what we discussed. So Siberian and .bat or assets, whatever, right? Then first thing what we did, create system. So which means create system means CMX system. Yeah. So which means what we do here with this particular option, we can create a master database. Yeah. So I think we supplied type of database like Oracle, then host name, port number, service name, TNS or URL, and then followed by what you call user is the main thing here. Like I think we gave same system test, I think, right? And password is also same. Yeah? So that's what we did. Then after that, yeah, just to finish, then we talked about create ORS. Yeah. So which means how to create what we call ORS database by using this what we call option to Cyprian script and script. So I think here also we supplied ORS name, then followed by type of database Oracle, then username, then followed by other database inputs, port number, host name. So that is straightforward. Then after that, what we discussed, so we need to get sample, or we call sample metadata, and also corresponding content. To do that, what we did was we have used import system, which is for master database, and then after that we have also talked about how to get metadata tables or metadata objects, I would say, not tables. So you'll have many, right? Tables, we use triggers, synonyms, all that. So we can say meta objects, yeah. So or DB objects. So all of them would get imported along with what sample content. Yeah. Then we talked about how to create BPM as well, right? So that's all we followed as part of what I call creation of Hubstore. Once you create it, then we need to certify, right? So we logged on to, again, on top of that, we have installed, so we brought up JBus, then what you call install Hub server, and we installed Cleanse Match, then we installed, I think resource kit is not installed, only two things. And then we just logged on to Hub console. Remember, in order to bring up Hub console, right? So we supply URL. So let us say HTTP colon host name colon default port number is 8080. Yes or no? Yeah. So then followed by CMX. So then once you supply this particular URL, you'll get a launch. What we are going to launch? We launch what? JNLP. What is the JNLP file? So Java Native Language Protocol. Yeah. So clear, no? So then to launch it, what is required, guys? What is required? Java Web Start. In case if you don't have it in a bin folder, which is a JDK bin folder, just download. That's it. So but appropriate version, guys. If you are using JDK 1.7, JDK 1.7 WS, or if it is JDK 8 or 1.8, right? Then corresponding Java Web Start, or else you'll get into some compatibility issues. Mostly not, but sometimes. Yeah. So that's it about how to bring it up. Then we registered ORS, right? So registered ORS, yeah. So by supplying the inputs, host name, port numbers, release name, schema name, username, password, all that we gave, at the end we could able to what you call see it got registered, deployed in the deployment location of application server. That we have seen it, right? It's a data source file. Yes or no? Like URS data source file where we could able to see the one is URL, then username, then we have seen even password also. Password is not encrypted. Sorry. Yes, Ankit. Ankit, you said something?
No. Sorry, Nasim.
Okay. So, which means we have what do you call seen these entries as part of what data source file. You know? I think someone asked question, can you modify this as source file? If you modify, no, you have to take it all dependents. That's why. So depends with backend tables. So that's why this it's recommend to take care of it in what hub console register. Yeah. So that's it. So which indicates what our hub store is properly taken care. Not only that, we have also installed hub server, cleanse match server properly. That's it. Yeah. So that's it about installation part. Yeah. So we can also what I call extend this to multi-node. I think we have seen that. We just have to specify one option to JBus with one JBus instance, port 1, second JBus instance, port 2. So multiple instances will be ready. And each instance we can have, let's say, we can have same MDB, or we can also have multiple MD or different MDBs, whatever. Yeah. So let's say same MDB. But why? When do we go for this option? In case if you want to avail all the resources that we have in MDM, this is what we call multi-instance, yep, of application server, so that we could able to make use of most of the resources. Yeah. So see, every process will have some limit. So JBoss software is also a process, right? We cannot go beyond process limit. You know, that we all know, right? We set it for each process, U limit setting. Admin will do the operating system side. But if you want to avail all the resources, the rest memory, CPU, disk, then now we install this what JBoss with multiple instances, and we can make use of corresponding number of threads associated to each process. That's it. For that purpose, we go with what? Multi-node installation. Either it could be in a single host system or it could be in a multi-host system. This is applicable in both the cases, guys. But in case of single host system, multi-node means what? Each node will be treated as what? A logical node. And each logical node would be associated to relevant cores, virtual cores we call. Yeah. So this is how we can simulate the multi-node environment in a same physical box. Yeah. So when a multiple physical box means straightforward, each node belonging to a relevant what you call physical box, which means physical system. Remember that. Yeah? So that's it. Like how one can start taking care of multi-node system. So then, yeah, that's all about we discussed. Now, let us talk about on today's session. So we need to talk about user exits, like how to extend the functionality to what you call one MDM hub. Second, let us say data governance, and third, provisioning. Yeah. So which means we can have this particular what extensions to pre-built MDM components, right? So we can achieve it by using user exits. And this user exits, one will be available in the form of what stored procedures. Remember, I repeat, these user exits will be available one in the form of what stored procedures, and second, Java executable jars. Like one is a jar, second is year file. Yeah, year file
Uh,
for best. Yes, please.
Natima, one question. Like, can you please give an example where the user exit is in form of stored procedure?
Like we got data flow process, right? Landing, staging, loading, match
Yes.
merge.
Yes.
Before, uh, before stage, if you want to perform some extra operations like cleanup of, let's say, pre-built or pre-generated temporary files or tables, right? Or add some log messages, such kind of things we do as part of this. It's a pre stage or post landing. You know, so likewise
But
you can
these,
think of,
but
sorry,
these stored procedure will not be part of MDM then, right? Like they will
no
be.
both. No, I will talk about both. We have got
Okay.
both. We got
Okay.
stored procedures and we also have got even Java. So Java
Okay.
we got post landing user exit or pre-stage or pre-unmerge, whatever, right? We got multiple interface what you call classes using which we can write our own code and get it integrated to or registered with what you call user object registry tool. We have, right? Wherein you can just go and register it. Yes, sir.
Uh, yeah, that part I got it. I was just asking
Yes.
about these stored procedures. So these
Yes, we
stored
also.
procedure will are part of MDM, like somewhere we like how we integrate these jars we register these jars as a part of user exit. We don't do it for the stored procedure. They are like independently in the DB, right?
No, no, no.
Or yeah.
Stored procedure, there is a CMX UE package.
Okay.
You got right. So
Hmm.
within that package, we got pre-built what we call stored procedures, like
Okay.
post landing, pre-stage, all that.
Hmm.
Then, if you go and modify those pre-built stored procedures, they'll be reflected automatically. That's a one way. And
Okay.
second
Got
way is what, like post landing user exit, this interface classes. So you will see both. Yeah, fine.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And
I got
then, yeah. So and then next is what. So we can also have user exits on what we call data governance side. So for example, especially for task management, instead of task, we can also have anything like whatever office that you want to do on data governance side. Yeah. So and then on the provisioning side, so we don't use the term user exits, but anyway, we are extending, right? Anything, any extension is what user exit. So here also, let's say if you want some extra things to perform some validation, email validation, something else. Yeah. So you can as well do it within provisioning also by writing XML. So we got that provision, but just to have some what you call some add colors to this particular MDM, right? So we can just have what you call our own functionality as part of this call. Yeah. So there is a framework, and we just have to import and then modify a bit, like clients we discussed, right? Same as provisioning also. Yeah. So that's it. So we'll talk about that, and then once we just import, we need to compile and generate what year file, and this year file should be deployed in what deployment location. So I think Dayanand will ask question about this, if I remember correctly. Fine. So next is what once we know this use exists, right? Then we'll talk about some provisioning operations. Like we have what we call we can just use provisioning one to build a model, and second to configure E360 framework. Yeah. To do that, so we got some steps that we all need to follow, like how to build a model, like root node, chain node, one to many, one to with the lookup reference, all that, right? So those things we have to take care as part of what I call model. Huh? And remember, so in latest version, we can also convert this hierarchy, like what we have built relationship between records or across records, right? So we can convert that to migrate that to what we call uh, provisioning. So in 10, we don't have that anyway, but yes, in latest we have that hierarchy stuff. Yeah. So then once we do that, so we can also have our own custom layouts, just like how we represent what you call the UI. Yeah. So plus we can also have logic, so which is what you call transformations. Yeah. So we can build some cleanse operations or whatever transformation that you want. There's a transformation.xml where you can just take care of it. Similarly, b.xml or business entity view.xml, and we can also have search query. You know, for example, if you want to use some search XML, which will be used for response search, whatever, right? So there are like multiple XML files, task, um, what you call XML file for task management operations. So whatever. So they're all we have as part of what you call provisioning. You know? But ultimately, we use this for what? Just like a metadata part, you know, so our modeling stuff. So before we get into uh, data director or E360, you know, E360 to be precise. Yeah. So we'll see the steps that we consider. Then once we understand, so there are small topics like we have what you call, yeah, E360, whatever. We'll see how we can create an application from the scratch from provisioning and once you create an application, then how to perform E360 operation like create, manage, consume, monitor, like create a record, modify a record, delete a record, perform match, and identify matching records, like perform hierarchy operations, and search, build our own search criteria, the standard, advanced, whatever, right? We got multiple operations, we'll do that. But operations more or less same as what we discussed in Hub console, but with a different view, nothing else. Yeah. So then we have small topics like a SAM, Secure Access Manager, to protect MDM Hub resources. So those things we have to discuss. Let us see. At least some topics we'll try to cover today. So let us start with what I call the first topic. So let's go with what user exits. Yeah. Okay. So let me open the presentation. Yeah, let me start this. Yeah. I hope all of you could able to see my desktop, right? Yes or no? Yeah. Today I need to concentrate because I might cover more topics. Yeah. User objects are user different functions. Look at here. User different functions, which means Java methods. Remember that. Or Java classes. Are procedures, meaning stored procedures. So once you what we call create, remember, then we register it as part of MDM Hub, like by using user object registry tool. Remember that. So which means extensions can be done, one with a function Java method, second with what procedure, with stored procedure. Yeah. So that's one thing. Yeah. So now let us talk about types of user exits. Yeah. So one, custom stored procedure. So this is actually a good one. Meaning we got two types of procedures here: pre-built stored procedures and also custom. Custom means from outside MDM Hub we can write our own stored procedure and get it registered to Informatica MDM Hub console. There is a C repos table object where we can just go and register this, whatever we have built it, so that it will be part of this. We can add as part of what building batch group. We'll talk about what is batch group. So we can just make one of the job as part of batch group. This is what we do in case of what custom stored procedures. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Next, cleanse functions. I think we have already seen it. So once we build cleanse function by using what one descriptor method, second cleanse method, two methods we discussed, right? Once we have those methods where we take care of parameters and logic and then build n number of cleanse functions, cleanse methods, then we should not use function actually. If you use Java, so they're not using right terms and right places. Fine. So, but both are same. Just remember that. Yeah. So which means we can just build those cleanse methods and then create the jar and get it integrated. I think we have done. So once you do that, that's also one kind of user exit, which is extension to MDM Hub. And another one, which is what custom buttons. Like for example, we talked about bulk load in data manager. So we have seen only adding one record, right? If you want to add bulk records, then create one what you call our own custom button. There is again pre-built code. You just have to go and change. Then to add one more button as part of data manager. But you need to take care of like bulk load concept within this function, which is Java function, Java method. So if you click on it, it'll ask for supply Excel sheet or CSV file so that it load all the records onto a base object table directly. That's one example. Likewise, you can think many more. I think I gave that example earlier also, right? So even you can also add in merge manager. Like for example, in merge manager, we have got accept all the records without a match, which is applicable for all the records from base object table, irrespective of the record that have been assigned to any data steward we talked about, right? Now the question, can we what you call subset that operation? For example, only to specific data stewards only, let's apply that. That also we can just write our own Java code and add one button to this what um, merge manager, so that whatever stewards that we select for those stewards only, what you call records will be what you converted to unique record. Unique means golden records. That's a steward one, steward two. If you select for those data stewards which are assigned to which are assigned, right? 50, 50, 100 records. Example, all of them will be converted to golden records. That's one example. Hierarchy manager, we have seen like how to search a record, get the complete what you call tree from top to bottom. So like root element till bottommost record. So in between, if you want to add multiple records, but what we did was we could able to add only one record and start establishing linkage with what another existing record. I think we have already seen that example. But the question, can we add multiple records in one go and start building a linkage with what an existing record? So that also we could able to perform by using what hierarchy manager. But again, so we need to write our own Java code and make it available as part of hierarchy manager as a separate button, so that we could able to perform. That's about custom button functions. Any questions, guys? One is a class, second is a button form, third is what? Procedures. Procedures could be pre-built or custom. The first one, let us say, pre-built, fixed predefined parameters. Yeah. Totally, we have got 4 types of user objects. Remember, pre-built, custom. Then here also we got in custom, we got a Java class and buttons and also procedures. You can see, right? These are 4 categories. That's it about different types. Now the question. So once you get into this user object registry tool, right? It is a read-only tool where we can keep track of different kinds of user objects, like a pre-built user objects, which are web-based stored procedures or even Java code. And second, custom Java buttons and class functions or custom stored procedures, whatever, right? All of them, you could able to see what all got registered to this MDM hub. Remember that. So that's what is the job of object registry tool. Yeah. Now, can you see here? These are the 4 entries that you can see on the left side, right? Whatever you select on the right side, you can see whatever is available. Remember that. That's it. Yeah. So viewing user exits. Yeah. So now this actual screenshot, I just copied it here. This is how it looks like. 4 yeah, types supported here. Now let me talk about what you call Java stuff. Now, before we get into this Java stuff, let us talk about, we talked about user exits, which are available in a hub and also in what provisioning and also in what data governance. 3 places, right? Let us start with what user exits at hub console. For example, stage process user exits. So I just copied only one of the user exit for stage process. For example, let us say when you register a stage job, then if you want to extend the functionality to the stage job. So we can build what? Post landing user exit, which we can build one by using SP, second by using what? Java. Yeah. Next, we can, let us say we enable delta. Now, after delta, if you want to build our own user exit, which we call pre-stage user exit, that also could be done by writing another Java code, whatever. Yeah. See, we got post landing user exit, which is one of the interface class. Pre-stage user exit, that's one of the interface class. Within that, how to write a code, which is a process method, which is a process code. We have got a context, then inputs and output parameters for each post landing pre-stage. Then let's say we perform cleansing. We have taken care of archival and the PRL part. Then, if you want to perform some post-stage operations, so we can also build one more user exits to perform post-stage operations. Which means what? These user exits, like we talked about post-landing, pre-stage, or post-stage, all of them would be executed automatically. You don't need to do anything. That is why you can ask that question, right? Because these are all taken care as part of the template and the framework that we are going to use to build our own user exit. Like for example, we have already seen plans function, right? So we have just created, imported. Now is it working? Because that's what they have taken care already as part of the template. Same concept holds good even with what? User exits. Clear, guys? Yes or no? So that's it about stage process user exit. Yeah. So now let's talk about some more aspects. Yeah. So basically, yeah. Now user exits. Yeah, as I said, we can have it in the hub and also in data governance. Hub, I'll talk about some more steps. But yeah. So before we get there, so let us also understand what we call user exits in data governance application. See, we don't need to build code. We already have a code. We just have to enhance it based on our need. Then compile, yeah, and generate a jar file like what we did in plans, right? Same concept, guys. Either go with a hub or provisioning or governance. In all the cases, the steps are same. Build Java code and then generate a jar and integrate. That is for non-portable applications, but portable. Port in the sense, if you want to access by using URL, then we need to create ER file provisioning. That's what I was trying to talk. Yeah. So that's it. So you'll get it from resource kit. This jar file. This will contain the templates APIs. Yeah, just have to make use of those APIs in order to build our own jar. Yeah. So user exit implementation. Then within this configuration manager, you can just import the jar file. Like in user object list we talked, right? Same way in configuration manager, we can just import that jar file. Yeah. So that's it. Then deploy so that we could able to avail whatever functionality that we have in the jar file. Yeah. So deploy edit application. Like for example, before save, if you want to perform something, after save, if you want to perform something, or after everything, or before everything. So we have got multiple user exits. So all of them, whatever is required, you can just get it extended. Yeah. So can you see here? So to configure user exit, yeah. For example, so we can see save handler, send for approval, custom action provider, whatever, right? So we can have action name is what? Custom user exit, sorry. So for this particular subject area, we are trying to what we call take care of this some task operations. So then we'll get into what this particular hub console. Yeah. So when the user exits run during a batch process. Yeah. So this particular user exit can run before stages now we discussed, right? Before or after the batch job, like before stage, after stage, or within the stage also. So before cleanse, after cleanse, before delta, after delta. I think we have seen multiple phases, right? So that we could check, except this post load and post merge user exits. Now we can see, can you see here? In order to build our own user exit, let's say especially in the from the perspective of Java for hub, then so we need to make sure that this MDM UE.jar, which is part of installation. Anyway, when you install resource kit, no, you'll get it, or else you'll also get it from hub server. If you don't have it as part of hub server, right, we can also get it from what? Resource kit. So which means we can avail this particular user exit jar file either from installable installation or from resource kit. Yeah. So that is mandatory. Then only we could able to build our own custom user exit, or else we cannot build it, because whatever APIs that are required to build or classes that are required to build our own custom instance, right? They are available as part of MDM UE, which is user exit.jar. So that's it. So we need to create, this is the common procedure that we follow, guys. Create a custom Java code and package, and what you call create a jar file. Then upload the jar file. So which means in app console, we got user object registry under utilities, right? Just add this, nothing else. Yeah. So if you want to delete, then delete by selecting user exits. That's it. So this is the procedure. This is the procedure that we follow. What you call to extend what the hub functionality, hub or data governance or provisioning. Any questions, guys, about user exits? Yeah. So once it is
So,
clear,
Narasimha,
yes,
little confusing on the types that you have shared. All these are called as user exits, the or the ones that you listed as store procedures and these Java files are only called as user exits, whereas
yeah,
uh,
that's a good question. Yes, that there is some confusion there. Yeah, normally user exits in general to extend. Yeah, concept. Second,
mhm,
it comes to this usage, right? User exits means pre-built. Yeah,
mm,
like usages are Java pre-built. Yeah, then others are custom, like a Java class or custom buttons. They are all custom. Clear, man?
okay. Can you go back to that document where you were sharing the types?
Or types of user exits. Okay. So this one, right? Yeah, can you see? User exits.
Um,
Uma, first is
I,
user
I
exits. It's a
I
pre-built.
can see it yet. I can't see it yet. I don't know why. Uh, Not sure whether it's
Oh,
just with me or with others as well.
guys, others will be able to see, yeah?
Now we can
Yes.
see.
Yeah,
Now we
now
can.
we can see.
What
So
happened? Delay, huh?
looks like.
Okay.
Can you
Yeah.
go back to the page where types are listed?
This is where in Hub Console you'll have it.
No, I was saying view custom store procedures. There is a delay, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know. One second. You are asking presentation or presentation, right?
Yeah, there is a PDF file where you were sharing 4 types.
Yes, 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 yes. This one.
Yes, correct.
One,
So
one second. Yeah. First one.
So these are the types of user objects, right? Out of which only first one is user exit.
Yes. Within user objects, we have user exits pre-built, rest are custom.
Okay, so custom stored procedures is something that you build from the scratch
Yes, we build it
and then
outside
register.
register. Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Correct. User exits, I think I understood it. And the other
This is a
two, if you
pre-built.
can explain.
Then we have Java class functions. That also we build it by using a
This is
framework, integrate.
and custom button functions. Okay.
Same.
So these two are also like newly developed, or this is also something that you have to develop within the framework.
Within a framework.
Okay.
So this we can build based on our own choice. This one, but register it as part of C repositable object. And these things user exits also pre-built framework only, either procedure or Java. We just have to follow that. And this I think we have already seen. That's also pre-built. This also pre-built. Even provisioning also, I'm not get this provisioning part here. Provisioning also pre-built. Just have to use the framework. Even data governance also pre-built framework. All are pre-built only.
Okay. So these custom cleanse functions and custom button functions are different type of customizations. They are not really user exits, right? I think that's the bottom line.
No, we use this. No?
Yeah. But this is not a user exit.
Okay. User object you can say.
Okay. I think it's clarified. Thanks.
Yeah. So that's it. So now let us try getting into, yeah. So let me cover one more topic. Then we'll get into practical stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let me take, so far we just dealt with only hub, right? Let us go outside hub. Yeah. So I think so far we talked about hub only, right? So now the next question, how are we going to make use of this particular, what you call hub outside MDM hub? Yes or no? That's a question. And one of the place where we can use this hub is what? To have our own data governance application. Formerly it was known as data director. So we use, let's say, we used to use BDD, business data director, whatever, or Informatica data director. And now, so we have got E360, C360, whatever, right? P360. So, but the concept is same in all the cases, but the way we do is different. That's it. Nothing else. So we'll talk about what we do as part of data governance, how the UI would look like, what all we do, which means how to create a record, how to modify a record, how to search a record, how to keep track of those records. Yep. Remember here, in data governance, I'm not using data director because formerly it was not direct. Now we should not use that term. That's why I'm using data governance. It's just general thing. Yeah. So as part of building what you call our own application from the scratch, so we could do it within this data governance by using what by building our own model or our own application, which can be configured based on subject area groups, group of subject areas. Subject area means like base object or simple entity or business entity, you can say. Yeah. Then we can just configure this application and store it as part of the usable form, which we call configuration file. Clear, right? So that's it. So that's what we do, which means if the user, let's say some user, they expect what? I want only 2 levels of what you call hierarchy or one level of hierarchy to perform my own data management operations. Then we can build what you call, or we can configure an application based on customer choice and send XML file. They'll import, they'll use based on the way they want. Yeah. So that's one example. So likewise, based on the user choice, we can build the configuration and send that XML to them. They can start import, deploy, and start performing data governance operations. So then build relationships and validate whatever application that we configured. If someone has already built application, which is available application form or zippable form or even XML, one of these, I've just kept only one, but import could be zippable form, XML or application, whatever. But ultimately we can just import in all the cases. Then we can configure lookup, cleansing, match paths as part of configuring application. So that's it. So now this particular data governance application, why we need it? In order to make multiple stakeholders to talk to each other. Why we need multiple stakeholders, guys? Example, business users, IT managers, data stewards. Why we need them? Because any change that we do for any record or set of records need to undergo several levels of approval process. Yes or no? For example, if data steward has done a change to any record, that particular record need to be approved by appropriate authorized people like IT managers and business users. So in that case, we need to make multiple stakeholders involvement. Yep. So we can say this particular data governance includes what? Not only performing the data management, but we could also perform what? Adding process management. Process means which are task management, like make this particular task which need to be approved by appropriate authorized people. Yeah. So that's one of the extra thing that we have as part of data governance. Yeah. So create means creating a record. Yeah. Manage means like modify existing record, like in terms of duplicates or in terms of what you call assigning a task. Consume, search. We can write our own standard query based on standard, or we can also have custom query to search a record or to search for n number of records, and monitor in order to keep track of history and audit master data. Yeah. These are the four operations that we perform within this data governance. Yeah. Except process part, rest more or less similar to what we discussed in data manager, merge manager, especially merge manager and hierarchy manager. Yeah. Only interface is different. See, one of the most selling point for Informatica, especially from MDM perspective, is what? This data governance, because people are attracted towards using this application. One is ease of use. Second, we can customize based on user choice. Yeah, as I said earlier, some set of users might require one level of hierarchy, some other set of users two levels of hierarchy, whatever, right? So such kind of flexibility we have it over here, and that too, they can access this application from anywhere just by supply URL. That's one more benefit. So this is the this application is one of the web-based application. So we can just log in. One to configure, second to perform data management. There are two parts as part of this data governance, guys. One, configuration part, so which should be done by administrator actually, because we need administrators to do that. Log in and create an application, and then save, validate, and deploy. So that we can use that application to perform data governance operations. Next, we can also have what we call we can have config file. I think as I said, we can export XML. Others can make use of it. We can also take the internationalization for multiple languages. We have help also, some auxiliary files. When you export, no, all of them you will get it as part of this export in zip. Yeah. So now, when you try to configure this application, right? See, now things have changed. We can also take care of it in provisioning also. Get that provision, what you call, whatever the configured as part of provisioning within this data governance. We can also do that, or we can also build it from the scratch in data governance application. So to build it, we need to have subject area group and subject area. These two concepts we need to remember and build the linkage, which is one to many, one to one, whatever, right? Within this. Yeah. And then we have, yes, this we know, right? Yes. So we can have what we call n number of children's or grandchildren's. And okay. Okay, this is covered. Yeah. So now if you look at here, can you see here parent child, yeah. So we can see here one-to-one relationship. Yeah. So a one-to-many relationship here. Yeah. So many to many relationship here. So we can build our relationship within subject area with any kind of relationship. So one to many here you can see. So and grandchildren to children also one to many. Yeah. So then we can see many to many here. So which is another configuration. Yeah. Now, in order to log on to this data governance, there are two URLs that we use. One for configuration, we use what? BDD config. I repeat, one for configuration, we use what? BDD config. Yeah. So that's it. And second, to use instead of BDD, after BDD instead of config, we use what? Application name, which we configured so that we log on to that application to perform data governance operations. It's as simple as that. You know? So port anyway default JBus 8009. Then if you want to build our own application from the scratch, we can also do it. Remember, guys. So there's an add button actually. So using which we can create it from the scratch. I'll try to show that. Or if someone has already built, we can also import it. Once you build it, you can export it so that others also can import your application. That's it. Yeah. These are multiple what you call ways to get an application, build an application, make that application available to others. Yeah. Clear, guys? So that's it. Yeah. Now the question here, in case if you get some problems, can you see here there are multiple logging levels. So one, info, second, warnings, third, errors, four, critical, five, fatal. So critical, fatal, we cannot ignore, but errors, warnings, info, we can ignore. Wherever there are problems with respect to errors, only that area will not work, but other areas will work. Fine. So -1 means it's not validated. Yeah. So these are the multiple log levels supported in what? Data governance. But in Hub side, we do not have these many log levels. So we've got info, warning, debug, verbose, error. Yeah. We got only 5, but here we got more than that. like critical, fatal. Yeah. So that's it about.
Then Narasimha, what's the difference between 0 and 1 for info?
Sorry,
What's the difference between 0 and 1 for info?
0
In
and
the
1.
labels? Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. So 0, 1, right? So 0, 1, both are related to what informative messages. As part of informative messages with what I call alerts with no alerts. With no alerts, 0. With alerts, 1. Um,
Okay.
and 2 warnings. Others are straightforward, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So now this is how we build it. Then I will do one example. Not two. One, we'll do it from the scratch. Second, we'll try to import it. I think that's enough. Yeah. Export is straightforward anyway. So that's it about like how to take care of data governance. But there's a lot of depth here. If you want to integrate third-party cloud applications like a Google or Salesforce or any others, right? We can also get it integrated to this data governance. That's one thing. Plus, if you want to have our own authentication, I think as we discussed in Hub Console, how do you get that done, guys? I think we talked about it. Like LDAP, so we've got security providers, right? So using that we can integrate. Same thing we can avail here. But if you want to have your own authentication data governance, we can also have it. So that's it about data governance stuff. Yeah. So let me talk about. Sorry. So data governance. I'll just show it and just watch for some time because we'll do end to end once. So yeah, I've already made it ready actually. Yes. Yeah. Okay. The first thing, guys, in order to get into this data governance, the first thing is what we need to validate the ORS. Example, let us say we are using sample ORS. I think sample ORS, what it contains, we have already seen that. Yes, again, yeah. So make sure that we remember this sample ORS very well because we are going to what we call take care of configuration of provisioning based on this particular, let's say sample ORS model. Yeah. Let us understand where we can see one-to-one relationship, one-to-many relationship, all that in this model. Let me just zoom in. Yeah. So I think it's visible, right, to all guys, or you want to, is it fine?
It's visible.
Okay, fine. Now can you see, guys, now you need to help me. Where do we have one-to-one relationship and one-to-many relationship? Let us take party base object table here. Yeah. So because this we need to know, one, while configuring our own data governance application, and second, while configuring our own provisioning model from the scratch, where we take care of root node, child node, grandchildren's with one-to-many, one-to-one. Underneath, we can also have lookup, which is what we call reference. Yeah. So before we get there, so we need to make sure that we understand the base model because whether provisioning or data governance, they all will be built based on the model. that we already have it in a hub. Hub is a prerequisite, guys, before we get into those either provisioning or data governance. Yeah. Now, look at here. If you look at the party-based object table, party to either party name, org details, one to many. Yes, sir. One to many. Look at here. Yeah. Then, if you look at party two, what LU gender, LU name prefix, one to one. Yeah. So which means we can build or we can use this party based object for both. One like party with one lookup gender example. Then we can also use party with many relationship. Many means party name, all details, and we got some others also. We got party phone, party group, party to progression, whatever. So till this we can use it. This for one to many. Yeah. So that's what is required. Same thing, we can use it as part of building and configuring data governance application. Yeah. Second, so that's one thing. Party to person, party to address, whatever, right? So that's the first thing we need to remember. Okay, once we do that, once we understand the model, next step is what? In repository manager, so we need to make sure that we, what we call, validate this ORS. Yeah. So make sure that there are no validation errors. Can you see here? There are some issues, but no errors. Warnings, informative messages. So you can see warnings and informative messages. So that's it. Now ORS is fine. Now the next question. So we need to get into application. Remember, there are two parts as part of data governance application. What is the first part, which is going to be config? Can you see here? So we need to specify BDD config. Let us say we specify from the scratch. So CMX, you'll get a link. Then instead of CMX, what we can do is BDD slash config. Yeah. So that's it. Once you specify BDD slash config, then it lasts for username and password. Can you see, guys? So which means this particular URL will be used in order to build our own data governance application from the scratch, or we can also get it imported, deploy, so that we can use application. Yeah. So let us see to log in, supply username and password. So please observe here. I've already just tested just to make sure that this environment works or not. Yeah. So let me try to repeat the steps I've already done. So first thing, as I said, theoretically, we can import in XML form or zip form or application, one of them, right? Let us say we are using XML, assuming that we have got XML, which is part of resource kit. Yeah. So I'm just selecting that demo.xml and then get it imported. Yeah. So that is the first thing we need to do as part of what I call import. Yeah. Okay. So this will take some time. Yeah. So we are trying to trying to get an application which is what? Fine. So let us, it's already imported. So again, I need to go and change it. So let's say I've already imported. Then the next step is what? Once I import, right, we can deploy this application in one of these modes. Can you see full deployment, which means this particular application can be used by administrators and non-administrators. Limited deployment means only administrator can make use of it. Not deployed means nobody can make use of it. So we can see status here, deployment state. Here it is deployed. Yeah. So that's it. Now can you see this is a link? If you click on this particular link, where we can see what BDD name equal to demo. Demo is going to be the application name. Remember that. You got right. So which means if you go to this, see, this is an application demo. Yeah. So that's what we can see. So in this particular pre-configured application built by somebody, right? So we are just trying to understand where we can see logical ORS database and pointing to admin source system. It could be any source system and HM configuration. From where you get this HM configuration, guys? So whatever we have discussed as part of hierarchies, yeah. So which is
Narasimha, one question.
yes, madam.
Um,
Yes, we go.
In this 10.1, do you have provisioning tool as well?
Yes, yes, we have. I'll show that. Yeah.
Why I'm asking is most of the people here, we are using provisioning. We are not using this IDD config right now. So I think this is outdated and there is no use of it. So can we go to the provisioning if everybody is agree? So we can just directly see on the provisioning tool, like
Yes, we can also do that.
this custom code and everything.
Yes. Provisioning, but 10.4, all the features are not there, like base calls, all that. Modern
Yeah,
layouts.
that's fine. But still, we can use like hub use exit and like BDD user exits and custom codes. So everything is there, right? Like some features were not there, but most of the features were there. Yeah.
Some are there, yes.
Because
Those
there
whatever
is no
we'll
use
talk
of
about.
understanding this. Yeah.
Yes, fine.
Sure.
Okay,
No.
then. So then, yeah, then it's fine. So yeah, then we'll come out from this. But anyway, in this case, data governance stuff, this is what we do. Whatever is done in Hub console, we can just you can also configure here. This was there, but many people are still using it. So yes, some are migrated to what do you call latest, but some are still using it. Sika. So from their perspective, I'm talking about both. Yeah, fine.
In some
Anyway,
domain we are using it, like in customer wells still.
Sorry, yes, Sika.
Yeah, Ekta here. Yeah, we are using it in customer
Exactly.
and wells domain as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to cover. I'll try to cover both. Sika. It's fine, right? So
Let me interject.
yeah.
So, Narasimha, I think the plan is to cover E360 part as well, right?
Yes.
So, to cover that, you will anyways have to walk us through the provisioning tool.
Exactly. Provisioning is required, and also even anyway, E360 means that's why it's interface more or less similar to what we are trying to discuss. E360.
Yeah. So basically, we are going to cover both.
Both exactly. So Sika,
Okay,
it will be
then
covered both.
let's go with the flow. Then cover BDD as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
So,
We can go.
yeah, sure. Now let us try to what you call look at as part of configuration. So what we need here, so we need two concepts, right? One, subject area groups, and second is what? Subject area. As we have seen the diagrams, right? One to many, many to one, many to many, many to one relationships, right? Yes or no? So that we could build it as part of this configuration. For example, subject at a group. Yeah. Then we can also add it. Let's say we have already have it. We can build it new one anyway. We are trying to understand the existing one. Yeah. As a customers, so which is going to be, let's say, subject area group. If you want to modify, you can just click on edit subject area group. Yeah. So where we can see what customers, which is a display name, but actual table is what? Primary table is what? Party. Like as we all know that in this hierarchy, we talked about party will be associated to organization or a person. Yeah. So now we could able to see here party is going to be the but the subject area group over here. It's clear, right? First step. Next, so now we can see subject area, which is a person. And just now is a hierarchy, right? So now we could able to see what person details. So we are trying to edit where we can see match path, label, search, all others. So this is the person is a display name and entity type. Like we have seen person, right? Which is this one, entity type. Yeah. So now we can, in order to what we call pull the data from the person, right? So we have to have package. I think we all know that, right? Can you see? So only single point of interface through which we can talk to Hub Store is what packages. So we can see multiple packages and whatever package, 11 packages for this. So they have used package person BDD search. Yeah. And then layout. So here we can use what? N number of columns. So they'll be part of this. If you want to change the column selection, so we can select like whatever column that we need it for this particular application. So we got n number of columns, only some of them have been used. Yeah, selected columns. Yeah. Next, we can go to match settings where we can see. So from where you'll get this match rule set. Can someone answer this question? See, first example, you're trying to talk about usage of hub outside, right? Yes, sir. So match rule set. So we need to go to this particular schema, yeah, where we could able to see what a base object table party, right? And within party, so we need to go to match merge, yeah, yeah. So match rule set. Can you see here? So we got IDL, WS, whatever, right? So similar rule sets should be available as part of this. Can you see? IDL, WS workflow, 3 rule sets, right? Yes or no? Then use whichever rule set that you want for match and merge. In this, so they are using what? WS, which is second one here. Yes or no? So this contains what? So we can see 4 rules. Out of them, all are fuzzy only. No what you call exact match rules. Clear, no? So wherever the confuse, just stop me, guys. And then we can see here, yeah, search, like what columns that we use it for search. That's address part from whatever. Then security. If you want to add what you call protection, we can also do that. This column will be accessible to only some roles. We can also do it, but so they have not added it. So which means all can access. And masking, if you want to protect with some masking pattern, and cleanse, which cleanse function that we use. Here they have used CV person, which is I think as part of our custom cleanse function, right? We have integrated, if I remember correctly. So yeah, can you see under BDC func, BDD cleanse validation library? Here you can see CV person. See here we have got it would take, it would have what you call 3 input parameters and 5 out parameters. So we can see the similar thing here. which is used as part of this. Can you see here? Input parameters and corresponding out parameters. And then the whatever that you want to use it for labeling columns, you can just select it. And task assignment. Here they are used what you call how many? 7, right? 7 task management operations. So like review, no, approve, upgrade, reject, or record, whatever. Yeah. So they have used all the supported ones, but the question is, if you want to extend beyond what we have here, that's where I think we talked about user exits. Yeah. So that's a general term, but in Hub Console, we use user object within that 4, but in Data Director or in E360, whatever, we still use what user exits here. Yeah. So that's it. These are multiple pre-built task management object, but there's a lot of depth in it. So those things we'll see as part of like 2 hours. Yeah. So that's it about how subject area will be configured. Fine. Likewise, you can have number of subject areas like also we have. Now the next question. Within a person, can you see? So we got email address, which is chain level. This is subject area group, subject area, and then subject area only, but chain level. Yeah. Then we can also look at email address, same thing like what we discussed, right? So we can see the properties here. Likewise, we can configure what I call the application based on our own choice. And locally, here we can select in case if you have bundles, resource bundles for other language, right? And we can also see in that drop down, yeah, timeout, we can change it. You want it, yeah. Then this hierarchy configuration, right? In case if you have anything other than what we have, right? So we can see all of them over here. Yeah? So that's it. Like how, what you call, we can take a look at existing configuration that was built by somebody else. Once you see it, in case if you have modified something, we can just say validate. Thereafter, once you validate, then the next step is what? So make sure that there are no errors. Yeah? Then we can get it deployed. We have already deployed green tick mark status, which means it is fully deployed. That's it. Yeah? So now this is the existing application we understood. In case we make any change, right, redeploy should be done. Yeah? In case if any cache issues, clear cache and deploy it again. Yeah? Now the next question, if you want to build our own configuration from the scratch, how do you do that? That's where we use what? Add button. So for example, if we click on add, let us say we are adding, let's say cast. So which is going to be our own application name and display name is this, and test custom, what we call application. Yeah. So that's what we are trying to do. Now, once we add this application, right? Next step, can you see on the left tree, right? Navigation, where you can see cust, our second application, where we can see here default local is what? English, timeout is what? 5. Yeah. If you want to change it to whatever, 30 or 40, we can change it. Then, so custom help, which means it will also generate what you call help documentation after the export if we enable that, or else it will not. Now the next question. So we need to specify logical ORS from this source system that we are going to use it for this application. Then HM configuration. That's what I said. We can configure our own application based on customer choice, meaning the source system. Let's say the kind of or number of levels that will be used by CRM system, which differs from DNB system. So that for each of those systems, we can build our own configuration, which means source system specific or customer specific application can be configured over here, right? Now click on add and supply logical ORS, which is, let's say, sample test, and pointing to the ORS that we have it. Let us say we are using what? Sample ORS, and then say, okay, fine. Now can you see here? So we gave sample test, and default source system is what? Admin. If you want this for some other source system, we can also specify. Now the next question, can you see here? This particular HM configuration, we got only one. We can just get it selected. That's it. Yeah. So this is what we need to do as part of first step in the configuration. Next, we can go to subject area group and start adding subject area group. So click on add subject area group and specify subject area. Let's say cast. Yeah, cast. And then logical ORS, we give sample test, right? So please apply that. And then there's a primary table. Let's say we are trying to use the party, like what we discussed. See here, party based object table. And then say, okay. Yeah. Search only option, right? If we enable no, we can use it for search only. Now with this, we know how to create subject area group from the scratch. Now, within this subject area group, we can have n number of subject areas. So click on subject area group and say add subject area. Right? So let us try to supply subject area. Like we are trying to, let's say, perform the similar thing like what we have seen. Let us say, yeah, example, person entity type is going. We can click on the drop down where we can see person, right? So see, it's exactly like what we've seen in the hub console, right? Same thing we can see. We cannot perform any new things here. Now package person bid is search. Yeah. So display package. Display means what? We can only retrieve, right? Now layout. In this layout, we can click on change column selection and select, let's say, whatever column that you, let's say we want all the columns. Select all and then say okay. But normally we don't use all, but yes, if you want, we can also use it. We can also change the style, field, the text area, whatever, and size also medium, inside, medium, large. Yeah, so these properties also can be changed. Yeah, so by what you call clicking on edit. Fine. So here you can see instead of field, so we can have what you call text area. That's what I was saying. And then instead of medium, we can have full width, large, or whatever. Yeah. So we can change it, and we can also have what you call sibling reference or dependent lookup. Yeah. So these things also we can just get it configured. Yeah. Fine. Now we got the columns. Next, match settings. So which means the rule set that we use it for match. So let's say we are going to use ideal. Then let's say all the column. Match type both means what? Auto, non-auto. That's what it means. Yeah. Then let us say for search, what are the columns that we are going to use? Let's say all, then plans. Yeah. So which plans library that we are going to use? Can you see, guys? All the plans libraries that we have seen in this hub area and select the one that is required over here, right? And then select what plans function. Let's say saving person, like what we have seen earlier imported application. This is a first name, right? Let's say we are using the first name, and second is what middle name. No? Third, let us say last name. Fine. And we can also supply birth date. That's it. Similarly, out parameters. So which is a first name. Middle name. Last name. Display name is a full name. It's a collection of all. First, middle, and last. And status code, which is validation status. Yeah. So yes, I can see it. Now labeling, if you want, we can use it. Also is optional. And task assignment. Let's say we add only 2 task assignment instead of all. All and we will discuss later. So example, let's say final review. Yeah. So who does final review? Let's say manager. Yeah. That's it. Based on the role, user specific calls we can do it. Yeah. Yeah. So likewise, you can add. Let's add one more role, which is who does this? Merge. Who does merge? Let's just merge. Right. Second role. Yeah. So likewise, you can add n number of tasks. Because we have not added all the supported tasks, we are going to get to see the warnings. We can ignore them. Like we have seen, right? Info, warning, error can be ignored, but not critical and fatal. I think we talked about that. And then say, okay. So likewise, you can add even gram level. Let's say this particular source system, they need only one level. So we'll just stop here. Then the next step is what we can save it. Then validate. Yeah, can you see, guys? So this is what we expected, warnings, right? Yeah, now you guys can notice. So no task assignment for update with approval. We have not added it. Update with option up, we have not added it. Update rejected, we have not added it. Review no approve, we have not added. Unmerge, we have not added. These are known things. Yeah, because we don't want it, we have not added it. So known warnings. Similarly, HM entity type, household organization product group, yeah, product. So we don't want that functionality at all. Though there are errors, we can ignore. Yeah. So because why we can ask question, why these are errors, why these are not errors? This is subset. Task within a person subset. But here we have not even taken care of adding other entity types. It's a newly what you call available entity types over here, like in HM, right? Yes or no? That is why they're part of what you call errors. But still, wherever there are errors, right? Only those things will not work. Rest would work. That's it. Yeah? So we can still deploy this application. Yeah? So that's it. Like how to create our own application configured from the scratch, right? Yes, you can see, right? First one, no errors. Now with error. Now let us try to deploy this. Can you see now full deployment is enabled? Yeah? So because it is not deployed. Yeah? So let us try to deploy it. Yeah. Yes. See, though it is error, it is still deployed. You can see status, right? Deployment state. Where I place the mouse pointer, right? And we can also see status in the green tick mark, right? Which means it is validated. Yeah. I hope it is clear. Any questions, guys, from anybody? First option, what we did, how to import existing application. This was built by somebody and deploy, and we have seen what it contains. And second, how to build our own new application from the scratch. One level we did. Likewise, we can add a number of levels, and we deployed it. Next, if we want to edit this application again, we can click on edit, which will take you to other interface, earlier interface, which we have already seen it. Then we can get it modified, then validate this configuration, which is modified one, and go to applications list and redeploy by selecting appropriate application, redeploy. So that changes will be reflected. If you don't want it, we can also delete it. Yeah. So who does these operations? Administrator. Remember that. Yeah? If you say yes, this will be deleted. Yeah. So that's it. Add, edit, delete is covered. Export part is not covered. Yeah. So I'm going to export this. Fine. So after that, we can also export this to XML so that others also can make use of this newly configured application. Yeah. So these are the steps we follow as part of building application from the scratch. Plus, if you want to add, let's say, some extra jars, then we can go to control types and add those jar files, yeah? Either for login providers or for some other data management operations. So that's all about configuration, guys. If you have any questions, you can ask now. No questions now. Fine. So let it get.
So, Sima, there are a lot of questions, but I thought of asking it later on, right?
That's
While
okay.
doing the configuration, we saw a lot of attributes, a lot of values coming from the drop down for selection, right?
Right.
What would be the behavior of each and every attribute? That's something we would definitely like to know.
Okay. So, for example, one example, we talked about match rule set, right? So there are 3 rule sets. Out of them, we selected one rule set, which means, so whatever rules that we have within the rule set, right? Rule set, right? Only those rules are applicable to perform match and merge in data governance.
Rule set
That's
understood. Rule set understood. Um, if you okay, can you open the screen again? Maybe I'll tell you
okay.
where probably we need to discuss more.
Yeah, I'm trying to connect it.
So we first created subject area group. So why is it the group? I mean, why didn't we start from subject area directly?
It's a collection of subject areas. Like for example, like whatever we built, right? We follow here. Like for example, party. Yes or no?
Hmm.
Yeah. It could be associated organization or a person. Same thing. Here we use a term subject area group. Like
Party.
so group of subject areas. Yeah. That's the first thing, right? Next, so person, right? So now let's click on edit. That's where you have questions, right? Yeah, yes. So I was trying to talk about, yeah, first thing is selection of columns. So we have all the many columns in this base object table. Yeah. So out of them, whatever columns that we use it for match or whatever, right? So only those columns have been selected here. If you want all, we can just select all.
Okay.
It's the first thing. And next is what, as I was saying earlier, mass settings, right? So we got 3 rule sets. Out of them, let's say here, so they have used WS, which is whatever rule set that we have in this party. This one WS, which contains, let's say, 5 rules. Only those 5 rules will be used for this. But if you use some other rule set, maybe those rules might be different. Yeah. So, but
So we cannot have
for
multiple rule sets. We need to have only one at a time.
only one, you are right. Even here also in App Console also, when you try to execute, right, in batch viewer, will execute based on one rule set only at any given point in time. I think we have seen
Correct,
that.
correct. But here we have option to, it's an attribute, right? We can also select some other rule set and run the job.
Yes, you are right. Here also same thing, woman. Here also while running, right, you can select appropriate rule set and execute it. Yeah. So for example, match for 40. Can you see here? We can select appropriate rule set and execute. For example,
Correct.
WS. Yes, you are right. Same thing.
Here, yes, we can, but here we can't. No, like once we have selected as WS into the configuration, other rule sets will not be into the equation at all, right?
Exactly. In that case, yeah, good question. If you want even other rule sets to be used, right? So we need to create another application with another rule set. Got right? So that way we have to take care. We can take care.
Got it.
But
Okay.
another application. Yeah. So there's a lot of
Got it.
flexibility here.
Okay.
And then plans, I think we talked about it. So then data masking, I didn't talk about it. If you want to mask, and security also, I didn't talk about it. If you want to protect, for example, and so if you want to protect some name from, instead of all, only one person, let's say, need to have a control on this name prefix. So then we can just start. You'll get it. Okay. Here you can just give some pattern. Fine. So which means only data steward can have control on this particular column, not other roles of people. So that kind of security we can protect the columns based on the role here. Yeah.
So that is for the edit, display, all type of activities.
No, it will display all, but when it comes to what performing changes, all that, right? Only steward can do it. That's what it means. Role specific.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah. So then search, like what columns we can just use it for search. You can see here, right? There are 5 columns that they have used. If you want all, you can, but it depends. Yeah. So
yeah, but if we go back to the data security, Narasimha, like for the display, also I want to put some restrictions. Let's say there are some critical columns. Tax number, let's say in US, the social security number is
yes,
sort of a private number or say confidential information, right? So even for the search, I really want to hide it.
Then
and
masking.
To be visible to only specific rows, then okay, masking is the option there.
Masking okay. Can do it. Mask with some other character. Yeah? So hash or whatever. Yeah. And then plans, I think we have seen. Assignment we discussed. Yeah. Labeling just to display, like what columns, all that. We have got last and first. Yeah, that's about these properties. Yeah. Now the next question is what? So we need to start getting into what I call, now we deploy, right? Deploy means what? Can someone define what is meant by deploy? I think we have used this word many times, I think. Yeah? Even how, I think in JBoss side also we talked about deploy. I think I have to use more than 10 times. What does it mean? So one, deploy means usable form. which means if someone is, let us say, or if you want to make someone to public, then that someone should be part of deployment area. For example, we talked of best call, right? If you want that best call to be accessible from the public site, let's say you are from Chrome, any browser, right? Then it should have been deployed, which means usable. You know? So it can be used by anybody. Same thing here also. Once you configure application, right? We need to make it available to others. To make it available to others, we need to deploy. That's what we did. Full deployment, which means full deployment means non-administrators, administrators, both can make us admin. I think we talked about it. Now we can just click on this link to log on to what application. What is BD application? For example, here we got a demo, Uma. So let's say for second rule set, you'll have, let's say, demo 1, third rule set, demo 2. So each rule set, some other application. Yeah. This
Got
is
it.
very
Got it.
different.
Okay.
Yeah. Now let us log on to this admin. Yeah. So now we could able to see dashboard, whatever. Forget about this. So main goal of this particular data governance is what? To perform what I think we talked about theory, right? To perform what? Create, manage, consume, and monitor. Meaning, create means creation of a new record. Manage means modifying existing record. Existing means could be a match or simple modification. Consume means search for any record or set of records based on our own search criteria. And fourth, tracking or auditing, whatever, right? So that's it. Here we could able to see all the subject areas or all the what do you call it, base objects that we configured within this application. Like for example, in this configured application, right? So we can just go back to this. So whatever is configured, right? All of them would appear there. Customers, products, and household. Yeah. So we can see customers, products, household. It's clear, no? Now let us say we need to add. First thing is what? Create a new record. For that, select any subject area and select what? New product. From where these two have come in, guys? Can someone talk about it? We talked about when we created hierarchy, right? Entity, entity type. Like I think Uma, you asked that question. So if I remember correctly, so it could be independent product or it could be a group. So if you want to add a record, which is an independent product, you can just select particular select a product and specify any product name. So let's say mice subtype, which is one type of mouse. That's what it means. And the number that we use it to identify is, let us say, 5 ones. You know? And other what we call attributes are optional. If you want, we can also specify, for example, mice type or whatsoever. Similarly, we can also add corresponding attributes over here. You know? And then once you're done with that, say apply. Now we need to ask question. Remember guys, as we discussed earlier, what is the main difference between the DM operations, which is data management operations that we do within this data steward, you know, within this data steward over data governance application. What is the main difference, guys? Difference is what? Data management plus process management here, where in data governance. But here we can only perform data management. Remember that. Now the question, now whatever change or whatever add that you do within this 3 tools, right? Yeah. So they'll be committed to database directly. Will it happen in data governance application? Answer is no. For example, just now we added one record and then apply with it. Now tell me that this record gets committed onto the database. Answer is no. One, we can directly commit this by clicking on save. But is it advisable to do that? If you are sure about what you're doing, yes. If not, it is always advisable to send it for what? Approval. Whatever approval, a single step or two step, doesn't matter. But if it needs any approval process, then we can click on send for approval. Yeah. And then now specify priority, normal, high, or whatever. And then let's say final review. Send a record for final review, right? So now can you see auto assign? If you have multiple authorized people, we can assign. So we got only one. So automatically, if you don't do that, it will assign automatically, like whoever is free. Then say okay. That's it. So now what we did, we have sent it for approval, which is a final review. Once we have it, then we can go to task. Can you see here? So where we could able to see the tasks which are pending for review. See, there's one task which is pending for review. Now we can take a look at the task details. Can you see, guys? If you want to look at the task details, we can do it here, or we can open the task. Yeah. See, now this is in pending state. You can see data, and we can also see. So we have not added product attribute relationships. We just added one record. That's it. Now, if you want to edit a record, you can still do that. If you want to look at task details, you can do that. If you want to look at hierarchy, we can also see that. Or if you want to perform some actions, look at here. This particular record can be approved or rejected, escalated, reassigned to some other stakeholder, or cancelled. So one of these task actions, we can just select it. For example, let us say IT manager have logged on to this to take a decision to approve, reject, escalate, reassign. Let us say, okay, he felt that this record is okay, then they can just get it approved. Yeah. Approved due to expectation from one of the customer, let's say CRM source system. Fine. Say okay. That's it. Yeah. So what is so this guy is trying to provide the reason why it got approved, so that we can use it for audit purpose. Yeah? So that's it. Once it is done, right now, so we can just dashboard, forget about it. We can see that, but now can you see your inbox? It's empty. So that's it. So this way we could able to take care of what you call complete a task. Send for approval thing. So it's completed. So now we go to task administration. This also you have just carried out, and my workflows. So also we've done one thing, which means what we covered, what you call getting one inbox item. We completed it, and by performing administrative activities. As a result of this particular approve, the record will be committed to the database. This is a flow. But in case of App Console, whatever addition that we do or modification that you do, directly it will be committed to the database. I hope the first change is clear, right? Between what? Data governance application and data steward tools. Yes or no, guys?
Yeah. So Narasimha, which is that workflow engine have we used here?
Yeah, by default, it uses what active voice, but we can change it to some other. So I think I talked about workflow. I'll talk about just to answer a question. Remember, guys. So in MDM, we can use legacy workflow engine, Cyperion, or we can use active voice workflow engine. Or if you are not happy with active voice, we can also integrate third-party workflow engine, which is Fujitsu or some other, whatever. Or we can also have our own custom workflow engine, which can also be built by us. I'll talk about it, like how to build our own workflow engine so that we can take care of what we need with our own workflow engine rather than what I call making the Cypher workflow engine or Fujitsu or ActiveOS. These are three things. Yeah. So we can also have custom. Yes, I've just answered question at the general level. But for now, we are using default engine. Uma?
And default is ActiveOS.
Yes, default is
Okay.
ActiveOS engine. Yeah. Fine.
That's my one question. So is it on the higher versions as well? Because what I know of is like now Informatica is tightly
Higher
integrated with
versions
ActiveOS.
only. No, pre 9.7, we use only what Cypher workflow engine. From 10.x, we use default ActiveOS engine. Yeah, but there was a provision to integrate with what any other workflow engine right from the beginning. So even now also we have, even earlier versions also there's a provision to integrate. So that provision was there. Yeah, fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, fine. So now, so we could able to perform this adding a record, send it for approval, get that approved, and record committed to database. That's a complete flow we discussed, right? Similarly, let's again, we can go back to this data and then add one more record. Yeah. With, let's say, mice type.
Can we generate this number automatically internally in Narasimha rather user entering the number?
No, no. This actual business attributes. What you can see here, business attributes, like a name, number that we expect from the source system. Yeah. Or we can also add it either from data manager or from here, data governance.
No, but this is going to be used by the user, no? This application.
Yeah, but that's correct. But the problem, Uma, every product will have its own unique number. You know, so we should not generate automatically this number because product will be identified by using product number. For example, mouse, any type of mouse, right? Will have some unique number. So we have to supply that number only. How
No,
do we
that's what I'm
generate?
saying. Because we need to have a unique number, should we not enforce system to generate it uniquely, rather user entering it?
No. To identify a product, this unique number. Yeah, you are right. That we have anyway we have row ID object to identify uniqueness of each row. But for product identification, right? That they do it. Who are those guys? Manufacturing guys. From where we get the data, right? They produce what I call unique number for each product automatically. But we, as a solution provider, whatever they produce, right? We have to use it for that. Based on that number only, we need to take a call like what to be done for that number. You got it? Any product.
No, that's where the confusion is. So data stewards will use the materials. Those are going to be provided by the legacy systems. I understand that. But let's say now there is a new product. Now there is a new product.
Still.
To be onboarded. That is to be onboarded into the MDM first, and then it should get cascaded or flow to the downstream system. Right?
Yes.
During the onboarding, why do you want the user to enter the product number? That's what my question is.
Yeah. So new number means we are not asking data steward to add his own new number. No. New number means as part of data flow process, let's say we are in the middle of data flow process. Let's say we completed landing, staging, loading, all that. Now all of a sudden, customer has come back and say that, can we take care of this one more product data to take as part of this today's business? That,
Okay.
to do that, yeah, to do that, so we use either this interface or data manager add interface. So where we add it, this data you'll get it anyway from customer only in the form of a mail or whatever, but in the middle of processing. So in that case, we take the data, get it added by using this interface, one of the interface.
But for data steward, merge manager and data manager, there are two tools available, right? And hierarchy manager as well, which is the third one.
In this case,
For
to
data
add a
steward,
record,
right?
manager. In this case, we use data manager.
Correct, correct. Yeah, to add record, yes. We have data
Yes.
manager, then why we want to use IDD or BDD per se?
Oh, that is application specific. Yeah, that's a good question. So that's what. So we use this. Yeah, this data manager. If you're sure about adding a record without any approval, you got right. So can you see here when you add a record, this record does not undergo as part of approval, all that. Yeah, but there is a chance to make a mistake, right? Yes or no? So
Okay.
to correct those mistakes, we make that particular record to be undergone as part of several levels of approval process. That's where we use this. Yeah.
I get it. So again, the user of this application is data steward only, and the only use case why this should be used is in case we want data steward to be routing it to somebody for approval before it
Exactly.
actually gets on. Okay.
Perfect. That's
So
perfect.
this is still not an application to be used by the business user. Is the understanding correct?
No. So yeah. So but business user, they can use it for monitoring, like what is happening. Like we have create, manage, consume, monitor, right? Like what all tasks have been completed, what all pending. If they want to keep track of that, they can also use it.
No, but why business user will be interested in that?
That's what tracking.
No, but if I am, let's say I am a person into the procurement department or a manufacturing department for that matter, I am interested into the supplier or a material in my system of transaction, right? I'm not interested in what really happened into the source system where actually the supplier or product got onboarded. Why would I monitor this application?
The reason is, let us say, yes, this MDM, it can get the data from multiple manufacturing vendors, correct? No. Now, let us say for today's business, which is a good out of n number of products produced by different manufacturing vendors. So that they can just keep track of it by logging onto this. Yes or no? So because see, as a owner of the company, let's say we've got multiple branches of multiple manufacturing branches. Yes, sir. Now, so we need to take a look at which is a good one that is produced for today's business. So then, as a owner of the company, they will take a call what to be done as part of next action item or next action plan, whatever. Yeah. In such cases, this auditing results are going to help us. Yeah. So they'll talk to
Audit
that
of what?
appropriate.
Workflows.
Sorry.
Audit of what? Workflows.
Yeah, all like for today's business, which is a good record? That's one thing, good or bad, which is a good one. That's one thing. And second is what? So what task got approved? What is what you call rejected? Reason for rejection? That also they can keep track. Okay, because of this reason, this record got rejected. Those things also they can monitor because they need to know like what is happening, right? Then only they will take further actions, whether what do you call do we need to proceed with these rejected records, or we need to do something else? Such kind of actions they can take care.
That's more for data stewards, no?
No, stewards only they can perform what? Based on this user's recommendation, they can only perform the data change, adding a record, modifying record, those things only they can do. But again, by consulting with respect to source systems only. So after that, then you'll have authorized people to approve or reject. Yeah. Even after that, let's say everything is done, we created a good record. Now, let's say from end user perspective, they need to know what all got good, what all got bad. So that also they can monitor. So end users, one, they can approve authorized list, they'll be part of authorization list. And second, they can also monitor. These two things they can play a role here.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say there is a product not available in my system today, neither in the legacy system nor into the MDM system. It's a completely new product which I need to onboard into my landscape. Okay, so that I can create a production order for that particular product. Now, if I want to onboard it, which application should I use to onboard? Will that application be into the legacy system? Will that be through the data steward options? Sorry, the options available for the stewards, or this is an application which which is supposed to be used for the onboarding.
Any one of them is fine, but the best practice is what we always use, getting the data from source systems like a file form or table form, whatever. That is a best practice and ideal case we do. But these things we do in case if you want to take care in the middle of something where just I take care of today's business. In that case, we take care of this.
So you want source systems to do the onboarding all the time.
Exactly, because see, normally what happens is whenever they produce new product, right, they store it in some file or table. Then they'll send those files or tables as input to our MDM process. Then we go to landing, staging, all that we do. That's a normal process we follow. That's an ideal case. But let us say, so they have not taken care some things to be part of that source systems data. Then, so, but they have to take care of that for today's business. In that case, they directly send a mail to steward, take care of this today also, so that we'll see the effect of it for creation of master data, what a good data, whatever. In that case, we use this interface. That's one aspect, one scenario. And second scenario is what? Let us say, so they have got bunch of products. One, you have taken example, right? Let me extend that to bunch of products. They added, let's say, a bunch of products for today's business, and which have not been sent as part of normal source systems, but they have to be taken care as part of this. Then how do you handle it? That's the next question, right? To do that, for now, we can add what I call one by one, either by using data manager or this with approval in this case. And second, bulk load. So those two ways you can take care.
Yeah, but my question is, should the data not be governed before the onboarding into the actual transaction system?
No. Govern, yes, it's for new record, because why we need to govern here? Because whatever entry that is done, right? Is it right or wrong? For that only. If you are
no,
sure
I think you and me are saying the same thing. My question is more from the consuming system point perspective. You are saying that do the onboarding into the source system and then bring it into MDM. Is that a correct understanding, or there is a gap here?
Yes. This is, yeah.
Gap is, in that scenario, the problem is if I onboard if I onboard the data into my source system, right? And then the data is already available there, then only I can make it available into MDM, right?
Yes, that's a one way.
What if somebody create the transaction on top of the data which is already embedded into the source system, which is ungoverned data? Because data is going to be governed here in MDM and then should be sent back to the source system, right?
Yes, let's say it is part of source systems. Let me start from the beginning. Let's say it's onboarded onto the source systems. Then we applied landing, staging, load. That's what we have done till that. Now, during that time, we got a requirement from the customer, our source system, saying that can we take care of these 2 more records which are not sent as part of the source system? That is a question. This still in source system will not consuming part will come to that later. That's the later part. We are still in what? In the process of creation of master data. During that time only, we got this middle requirement saying that take care of these records also for today's business.
No, but fundamentally, why would I bring data into MDM? To govern it, to manage it?
No, exactly.
Correct.
Further only we get it on, because whatever data that we get from the source, right? We have to apply all the layers of MDM. That is a common thing.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say the source is SAP. SAP, you are saying create the product into SAP first and then bring it to MDM for deduplication and match and merge and all those things, correct?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Let's say I have created a product in SAP which is duplicate. What if somebody uses that product into the transaction, which is a duplicate product, right? What if somebody uses it before the deduplication happens within MDM? Because the deduplication process would take time, right? It is not going to happen instantaneously. Like the moment I create the product in SAP, it is not going to do that deduplication because that process is outside SAP within MDM. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
What if somebody uses that product within SAP into the transaction? I would end up creating bad data.
Yeah.
So do you think that is the right process?
That is correct. That's what we follow.
No, but then to avoid the scenario which I just mentioned, what should be done?
No. So let us say, as you said, SAP, let's say some duplicates. Yeah. Now we need to come up with a good one. Yes, sir. Uma?
That MDM will come up. What I'm saying is, before MDM come up with a good one, with a golden record and send it to SAP, back, SAP has already started using it.
No, 1 second. Let's say there are SAP, they have got 2 duplicates. Just take simple example. Now, that's the source system, SAP source system, right? Yeah.
Right.
Now we got into MDM entry point. So we did some cleansing, all that. During that time, we cleansed it. During that time, from same source system only, there's one more similar record. Can we take care of it? That's a question. That you'll get it in the form of, let's say, mail. You got it, right? Same SAP source system only. We got it in the form of mail. To whom? Steward. That time we use this interface to add that record, so that we take this record also will undergo as part of match and merge to create a master data. So total it will be 3 records. 2 already we got it from SAP, and 1 more we got as a sudden requirement. Then these 3 will be contributed to identify match and create a golden copy. You are right.
No, but we are creating like thousands of records in a day coming from different divisions. To keep track of such requests and incident is not a right practice for data stewards. No, should there not be a self-service option instead?
That's a laborious part. I understand that there could be some critical cases where we have to take care. Some special cases will be there. No, Uma? There could be one record I'm talking about. Yes, there'll be millions of records also. So where data steward they'll use what bulk option. There's one more bulk option. We'll see that they can directly load all the records one go. Yeah. So that is in the middle. Because there will be some special cases. So we have to have way to take care of it. Yeah. Because today since 6 a.m. IST, then we only process only 6 a.m. IST what we call available data. Some customer they may not accept because we have to take care even that also. Though we get it at let's say 11 a.m. IST. So in that case, we use this interface to add it there and there itself. Yeah.
So all in all, we can talk n number of scenarios here. In all the scenarios, you are saying these tools provided by MDM Informatica, they are only for the data stewards and not really for the business users for self-service kind of an option. Is that correct?
Mainly, yes, that's a good point. So mainly this MDM main crucial role is what? Data stewards. Others are just like peripherals or helpers, you can say.
No, but then I mean, era has changed. I mean, the world is moving towards self-service kind of an option, right? Not really to put request to the centralized team who could be the team of stewards and then stewards do the onboarding. It's more about the self request kind of a thing where world has moved on, right?
But
So if I am a user, let's say I'm a planner of the material, if material is not available within SLB landscape, I would say I want to onboard this material myself. I would not like to send an email to a steward who doesn't know the type of material I want to use. I will have to have call just to onboard one material. That would be a lot of manual efforts, collaboration work that is needed. And at the end of it also, the data steward might end up creating the material which I may not want, right?
yes. Yeah, in that case, we expect this from what you call from source systems directly. So no steward involvement over there. But where we
No,
need
but I'm not talking about source system. I'm talking about self-service. So my source system is SAP, but I want to do onboarding in MDM. I want to manage the data first in MDM, and then I want to send only good record to the SAP, so that nobody uses that product without it being marked as a good good record.
okay. So in that case, so yeah, that's a good point. Can you see here, Uma, whatever interface that we are using, right? It is source system specific application. For example, we configure this platform source system, right? Or SAP source system. SAP people, they can log in and perform this add, modify, whatever. So they'll have full control. So we'll give it to source system itself. They let them do whatever they want in that case.
Okay, so you are saying this application can also be used for the as a self-service kind of an option, correct?
That's what SAP, which means, so we have to configure this up. Can you see here, Uma? Here, we specify what application source system is, let us say, yeah, let's say SAP is not there. Instead of SAP, we use DRP. Yeah, let's take this SAP. Then they can log on to this SAP guys. They can perform whatever they want. So they'll have full control on this.
So coming back to where it was started, right? So when I asked that question, I took an assumption that this application will be used by the business user. Now that you're saying that the same application can also be used by the business user, this number which you want user to provide, material number or say product number that you want user to provide, can it not be auto-generated?
So no, in this case, yes. So they'll have some numbers, right? So let's see in the form Excel sheet, they'll just come and add it, or they'll have some import button, they'll import it directly.
Import from where?
Import from Excel sheet. Let's say Excel sheet, they'll have complete data. Then here there's a bulk load option. I'll show that.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
And then they can load all the records. Let's say hundreds of records, one shot. Yeah.
No, but then material number they will have to enter, no? So they might end up
No, no,
creating
no.
duplicates again.
No, in that Excel sheet, they'll have number also. When they import, right, number also will come automatically.
Yeah, but it needs to have a unique number, no?
Yeah, that's it. That they have to take care. In Excel sheet, they'll have it anyway because that is produced by them, right? So that they'll have primary key. As a result of it, you have only unique primary key values. So you'll not have any duplicates here. The number wise, no duplicacy, but we take care this what you call name, which is the main thing for identifying match. That's what normally we use it for match, not number. The number
Yeah,
takes
here
up.
I'm not talking about match or deduplication. I'm talking about the unique, having a unique product ID.
That they have to take care. Like SAP guys, they have their own OLTP application. As a result of it, they know let's the result is a flat file or table. That table will have all unique values. So that's OLTP side. We don't take care of that. Yeah.
Okay, I think we can move on. It's okay. But that is not looking practical to me, to be very honest, Narsimha. So I'll tell you the reason, right? If I am a business user, I don't know material management at all. Okay,
Mhm.
but I know that I want unique product ID,
Mhm.
and against that unique product ID, I will create the production order,
Yes.
right? So I would not like to put the product ID, which later on somebody would come and say that you have not assigned the right product ID.
Mhm.
So in that
We don't.
scenario,
Yeah.
I would want system to generate a product ID for me rather me assigning one, right? And if that provision is not there within MDM, then I see that as a gap to an extent.
Now we have row ID object. See, for every row we have the row ID objects
That
already
row
there.
ID object can change. No, it can change later on.
No, once
So
you
that's not
create this
really a unique
table,
ID in that sense.
no, Uma, once you create ones, right? That is unique. But this number, right? Yes, you are right. This number is a job of source system guys, SAP guys to take care. MDM, we should not do it. Or if you want MDM to be done, so we can also do it. We have to add our own column to take care of it. If the customer expects, then we can take care of one what you call class to create our own ID. It will take care of generating unique ID for each
Unique
product.
ID. Okay. Okay.
That we
Got it.
have to create. That is
All
possible. But if
all right.
needed, we can do it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Fine. So that's about yes, we just add it and click on apply. Yeah. So then again, let's say sending for approval. Yeah, let's say no comment. I'm just saying okay. Yes. So that's it. This process is same in the sense like what we did earlier, right? So any number of products you can just add and send for approval and open task and perform that approve, reject or whatever. Yeah. Let's say we're just approving. Yeah. So similarly, so now let us try getting into what other actions like what we talked about only one, right? Let us say we have what you call we need to search for what you call n number of records, and then so we need to pick whatever record that you want, where the modification is required, modify it, and get that approval done for that modification. Yeah. So can we do that after a small break, Umang and others? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's meet after 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, nice. Can you continue?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah, so we talked about like how to get into this data governance to configure, and we are trying to perform some data management operations. Yeah. Yeah. So now let us say, so we need to perform what search for any existing record and edit a record and get it approved. So let us do that. So for that, we can go to more actions and standard search. Yeah. So based on any one or more than one column here. So let's say we are using based on gender code, we are going to search for the data, right? Simple standard search. Yeah. The sorting is straightforward ascending. Yeah. Now, if you want to save this particular query, so let us say gender code. Yeah. So we can say gender code search. Yeah. So make it public. Anybody can make use of this. Yeah? So now in the drop down, we could able to see what, let us say, search all the records which matches with this particular search value, which is M, and run search. Yeah. Now can you see here? So we have got, now it's a consume, right? So we are trying to consume the data, which is search the data based on the condition. Now let us select any record. If you want to sort, we can do it, and open a record in normal view or hierarchy, whatever, doesn't matter. Open the data. Now we got the data. So we can see here base object record and addresses, telephone numbers, all that, and then edit a record, which is modify record. So middle name, let's say, I'll just put R1, rest, everything, let's say same, apply. Yeah. Now we can just again here also, if you want, you can commit it directly, save, or send for approval. Yeah. Yeah. So approve, modify record with what middle name, yeah? Whatever middle name modification. Fine. So now whoever has got authority, right? They'll just log, yeah, onto this task. So they can select the record which require that, which where the modification is done, let us say. So open the same procedure. It's open task and approve or reject, whatever. Yeah. Oh, this is a world, right? Not this. Yeah, you can search. Yeah. Let's say I'm just modifying again R2. Apply. Let's say here instead of sending for upload, directly committing. So we can also do that. Yeah. Oh, is interaction ID. Automation we are doing. So this is modification part. Oh, one of the recording process. So because we've already given this for pending, right? So that's why we're getting it. So now here, then we can just take action. Can you see here? So revert back the changes, whatever. Yeah. If you don't want this particular change. Yeah. So that's it. Now it's original. Now let's say we open a record. Next action. So we need to look at the duplicates. If you have any duplicate records for this open record, right? We can see. If there are any, we can see it, or else no matching records. See, no duplicates. So likewise, they can also perform cross-reference data, which means from what all the source systems or from which source system the record has come from. Yeah. Yeah. So the composite record, this, let us go with where we don't have this conflict, because interaction ID is enabled, so those records can be seen. Okay. All are enabled. Let's see. So you can see here cross reference data. Yeah, can you see here? This we got it from legacy source system. Yeah, with whatever attributes we have, right? So this is a cross reference data. This is two source system, legacy and SF is also there in the bottom, right? So that's it. Let me close this. So likewise, you can see the source system information and system columns also for this particular record, where from which, who is the creator of this record. So that we can see. And what is the last word system? You can see this is 0, right? So that they can see from source system, sorry, system columns. Yeah. History part, so which is, we can see it in what history table and now. But if the history is enabled, or else we cannot say it. You know, history is not enabled, right? So that's it, because base object level history should be enabled. That's it. Create a task, I think we have already seen. So like when I send for approval, right? We have done it. So this way we can search and we can look at duplicate records. And if there are any duplicates, we can just merge. Yeah. Like merge, how did we perform this merge, guys? In App Console, merge, unmerged record, merge with unmerged record, right? Yes or no? Where do you do that? In cell data pane, we have done, right? Yes or no, guys? We have data here or no? Let's see. In cell data, merge with the unmerged pane data, right? Yeah. So last one. Here you'll get see one button. There's no data here. Yeah. Party will have data. Oh, no data. What is this price? Just take product. No data. Okay. There is a data. There's a view problem, right? Need to change the resolution. How to change the resolution? Okay. But anyway, we'll have one button, right? changing the resolution, not necessarily wasting time. Can you see here we have seen the button on the button, right? Merge with unmerged record. So same thing we can also perform once you find some merged candidates, right? We can perform once you find merged candidates, then you can just perform merge. Yeah. So that's what we do in this particular what we call data governance application. So main thing is what process management extra thing. Same, we can also do the same thing for hierarchical data also. Yeah, like what we did as part of hierarchy manager, right? So look at the record and add record, modify record. This whatever it's done, right? Same thing. We can also do it over here. Yeah. So that's it about configuration part and data management part. Yeah. So now let us start getting into another topic, which is going to be what and this. So which is
Hey,
going to be
Narasimha,
user exit. Yeah. Yes, please.
a quick question. Like, let's say there are 10 fields or say 10 columns on the screen, and out of 10, let's say there are only 5 which are really applicable for the deduplication, and they are really critical. So somebody will have to review, right? Let's say there are remaining 5 columns which are good to have fields if user captures information well and good, otherwise it's okay. Let's say if there is a change in only the critical fields, then only I want to route the request for the approval. Otherwise, I want to auto save it.
Auto merge. Okay.
Auto merge it. Yeah, if that is the right word.
Yeah. That's what normally we do, right? Out of 10 columns or 20 columns, only some important columns or key business columns will be counted to identify match.
No, I'm
Then
saying the button is sent for approval, right? So out of 10 fields, let's say if there is an update on 5 critical fields, then only I want to send for approval. Otherwise, I want to auto save it.
update on 5 important columns. Rest, let us say whatever is the default, we'll use it.
Default, or even if there is no value in it, I'm okay.
That is fine. That's always possible. You can do it.
So where do you do that setting?
Same interface. Like modify record, if you say, you'll get all the columns, which includes columns which are part of match and merge, plus even other columns also. But when you run the process, right, that time only whatever is configured, only those columns will be contributed to identify match and merge. But all will be there. If you want to modify, you can modify. Whatever is modified, right? Yeah.
On the UI, you will have 10 columns. For the merge, only 5 columns to be. There will be only 5 columns which would participate for the merge, match and merge rule, right?
That's correct.
So what I'm saying is the remaining 5, which would still appear on the screen, and if I, as a user, update the 5 fields, either of the 5 fields, which is non-critical to me, in that scenario, I should not, or rather, the system should not route that request for approval.
Then
I want to save it automatically. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, in that case, we hit direct save. No, okay. That we don't have that default option to take care. But if you want that to be done, that's a good question. That to be done, right? That's where this user exits will come.
Okay.
In.
Okay, so that will be customization then.
Exactly.
Cannot be achieved through configuration.
Yes, by default, no. No, we have default, we have to take care. But if you want this to be done, that's where if you whatever extension that is required, right, user exits.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. So I think you started this topic actually. Then let me end this. Yeah, guys. So please log on to the tool. Let's perform it because it's important thing. Yeah. So let's do an example as practically. Yeah. Fine. I request everyone to log in. Yeah, on your systems. Yeah. So I think your VM is powered on and your hub console also. Hub console you can just bring it up. That is not required. Main thing is what? So please log on to your systems. Then we'll go step by step. Then go to Eclipse folder all. And then there'll be Eclipse here. So now what we are going to do? So we are going to understand like how to what you call create our own user exit, you know, or custom user exit, you can say. Yeah, user exit bit misleading term, right? Custom functionality. So example, post landing user exit, yeah, which is after or during staging. If you want to perform some takeouts on spaces, all that, whatever, right? We can take care here. To do that, can you see here? So we can have our own class which will implement post landing user exit. So this we get it from the package which we call user exit package. Yeah. So if you try to expand over here, can you see here? This particular what is the class post landing user exit class is derived from this particular user exit package. Remember that. Yeah. Similarly, context also. So which means this package is mandatory. This package MDM UE.jar. Can you see here? This jar file should be there in order to build our own custom functionality within this MDM hub. We are talking about app console user exit. Yeah. Guys, I think you all have opened this Eclipse or not? Yeah. So please go to this C drive, Eclipse folder, again Eclipse folder. Within that you can see Eclipse application. Please double click on it so that it will open. Yeah. So meantime I'll cover this theory because it will take some time to open, right? Okay. Now, so this is a template again. Like in class we have seen descriptor and class method, right? Here we have got process user exit method. Yeah. So it will take what? Context, then parameters like a staging table, learning table, PRL table. Yeah. So that's it. Now here we can see what you call. I've already made the code ready. So example, staging table name. Yeah. Or I'll just put STG table name. Yeah. Or landing table name and PRL, whatever, right? So first it will print the table names. Yeah. So that's what we are trying to do here. So there is a logger class where you can get the log object and fill that log object with these three table names. Yeah. Next, so now what we are trying to do here, we are trying to get the data. So to get the data, so we need to first build what? Connection object. So let's say we are using what? Java. So in order to, sorry, Oracle, right? In order to get the data from our database from Java, so we need to first register JDBC driver. Can you see here the for name where we supply what you call JDBC driver? Yeah. So So which is Oracle driver. For that, again, so we need to have another jar file, which we call OGDBC14 dot jar file. Remember that. Yeah. So that also we need to get it. And next is what? So it's just a print message to connect to database. Now, in order to connect to database in Java, this is Java code, right? So we need to use what? Driver manager class. Within that, there's a get connection method. This connection string, we all know that. So where did we see this connection string, guys? At the time of creation of Hub Store, I think you guys would have noticed it. After supplying the host name, port number, and connection string, which is WARCL. So final formation of JDBC connection string would look like this. We have seen that, you know, in the last session. Then followed by username and password. Let us say we are using same XORS user and the password is this, right? So next is what in order to what you call perform execution of any SQL query. So let's say we have got a landing table C1, C2, C3. What are some columns, right? Yes or no? To execute this particular query, first we need to create a statement which we call connection statement through connection object. Yeah. So that's what we can see here. Then once we have the statement object, then we can create or execute a query which returns what? Result set. And result set is going to traverse through all the records. So can you see here? So while RS next means what? It is going to traverse all the records one by one. And then we are trying to get the data from result set. Can you see rs.getString C1 column data, you will get it, and C2 column data, you will get it. Now, if you want to replace some manipulation, let's say if you want to replace all the spaces from C2 column with empty, yeah, then we can just print without any change. Just to understand how we can write a code with some manipulation and dump that manipulated data in a log file, because we are trying to dump this modified what do you call message with a column value in a log file. That's what we are doing here. Yeah. So that's it. Then close result set, statement object, and connection object. That's it. If you have any issues with respect to this particular code, one, issues could be based on SQL exception, which is the database stuff. In that case, it is going to print the stack trace. Similarly, if you have any general issues, it will be used over here. Anything other than that, by default in Java, finally is a default code where it is going to get executed where statement got closed. And then the connection object is not null, that also will get closed. And if you have any SQL exception, top level exceptions, they'll be thrown here. That's it. So in the sense, they'll be caught, not thrown. You know? So that's it. So this way we can write a simple user exit, which is a process user exit, you know, which is a common method, guys. So we have not given this method name. It is given by Informatica as part of the template. We are just writing the code with this method. That's what we do. Even with respect to arguments also, it is fixed. Like in cleanse function we've seen, right? Same concept holds good here, but the way it is done is different. Remember that. I hope this code is clear, right? Yes or no, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Now,
Narasimha, quick question on this. Let's say with upgrade more often than not, Informatica changes the libraries, right? It may add additional parameters into the method and things like that. That method, if we use into our customization, it will basically lead to the adjustments at the time of upgrade, correct?
Yes. As part of upgrade, it will be taken care of. Uma?
Automatically?
Yes, automatically. I think we talked about it. So yes, any argument change. For example, in this case, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So one more argument got added. Example.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So in that case, when you migrate, right, that patch will have wherever there is a change happen, right, or wherever the usage happen, right, it will migrate automatically. Yeah. So even our user defined code also, that should be taken as input to that patch. So that we
Yeah, but
modify.
what if that's a mandatory parameter that we are not using into the calling method?
What is a mandatory parameter?
Let's say
Yeah.
with upgrade, mandatory parameter gets introduced.
Oh, in that case, that's a good. Then we have to modify the code.
Yeah, that's what my point is.
That's a good question. Normal, I think you talked about it. Normally, it doesn't happen in that way. So 99%, right? Because I'm an architect, right? So 99%, right? At the time of providing interfaces, right? See, this is the interface method actually. We are trying to override this. So interfaces will never get changed. Example, JDK we have, right? Since many years we have, it has got many interfaces. So those interfaces will not be changed. Only the way they do, right, that they will change. But yes, it may happen change, but rarely. Yeah. But if it
But
all
it can
happens,
happen
right?
into the non-informatical libraries, no? Like into the Java library that is not provided by Informatica, but with the version change, Java version change, the library may also have to be updated.
Yes. If yeah, any change happens,
It can
Java
happen there.
automatically. Yes. So, but Informatica guys also, they should not change. Based on my experience, so at least from templates perspective, they have not changed. Like user exits or even plans till now, since 2011, I'm there in this market, in this MDM world, right? So at least I have not come across that change. Yes, it may happen. If it all happens, right, mandatory, that's the worst case scenario, then we have to change. Yeah.
So basically I asked this question twice, right? Like you mentioned, I asked this before also, and the
Yes,
reason
yes.
behind that is we have recently gone for upgrade,
Under,
and
yes,
we
yes.
encountered a lot of issues of that sort.
Oh, really? No problem. I just want to know real problem, Umang, so that I'll really look at that because I am a partner to Informatica. I don't know how they are doing this.
Yeah,
But anyway,
we upgraded from 10.3 to 10.5, which is a two-level jump, right? Maybe it's because of that, I don't know, but that has actually happened.
Okay. But I don't know, some severe problem. That should not happen. Like interface change, they should not do that. Yeah. Which means there's some severe problem from architect team actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is it because we didn't implement the user exit correctly, or it's because the libraries that got updated significantly that has introduced more mandatory parameters, which has started causing our customizations or user exits not working correctly.
That logical speak second part should not happen. In the sense, adding mandatory parameters to interfaces is not at all. That should never happen. If it all happens, severe problem. But within that, some implementation, yes, that change it will always would take place. That will happen in the near future. Future also it will happen. Umang. Hmm? That's how it
Okay,
should be. But yes, I really want the real problem so that I'll take a look at that. Yeah.
sure.
If not, try to analyze real problem like what you guys are facing. Because
If time permits, we will talk about that tomorrow.
yeah, sure, sure. Fine. So okay. So guys, now please open this Eclipse. I think Eclipse got open, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Yes. Do you have this code actually? I don't know from where I imported this inside. there is a user exit MDM. In that, can you see that folder, guys? User exit MDM folder. If not, let me know. I think it's there. Yeah. MDM user exit. Do we have it or not? Or else I'll share it so that you guys can copy. Is that right?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
Perfect. Then in that, you can see that post landing user exit, right? Yes or no? These are code. Yeah. So I think we have that. Till that is okay. Now we need what? Dependent libraries. In order to build a code, we talked about MDM, UE, all that should be there, right? See, I kept all of them in one folder, which is a lib folder. I hope all of you could able to see, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Make sure that we understand everything, because to build that code, we need to have these libraries. Yeah. So I think I talked about one is MDM UE, and this is for database. This is for common methods. This is for log, because we are also using logger object, right? Can you see logger class? For that, we need log4j. Yeah, fine. So now the next question. So empty, now it's empty or it's already filled, guys? It's empty, right? Yeah. If it is empty, right? So please go to this new and select project, Java project, all, yeah? And supply any name here, user exit test. Yeah, fine. User exit test. Now let's say execution environment is what? 1.7. In case if you have anything other than that, we can also supply. Let's say we are using 1.7 anyway. And click on finish. Yeah. So that's it. That's the first thing we need to do. Next, we can import. Yeah. So first, let's go one by one. Is that project created, guys?
So Narsima, we already have the first project, so still we need to go ahead with the second one.
Oh, you have UE, yeah?
Yeah, I can see. Others can.
No, I don't have it, so maybe I'll
Okay.
have to
Oh,
follow.
fine. So
Okay.
let's understand from the scratch. So whereas I think you can also create, madam, you'll understand from the beginning. Yeah, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So please create a project. Yeah. So then,
Narsima,
yes, please.
my system is way too slow. Should I restart VM
Where's,
or
say it again.
my system is very slow? Like in the VM,
Which system, madam? ID?
it's 106.
Why it is slow? Can you please share it?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see my screen.
One second. It's coming up. Oh, we got two VMs. Close one VM, madam. Empty.
This one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
close it. Power off. Power off.
Okay.
I
It
think
is
it's powered
closing.
off. That's powered off. That's okay. But now to time to be fast, madam. Yeah, fine. Okay.
Okay, I'll check. Thank you.
Okay. Just wait for some time to come. Yeah? Okay. Yes. So now we created one project, right? Next, we need to keep that file, which is use it file. So there are many ways to do it, guys. I'm showing one of the option. So right click on this project, select import, select file system. That's why we have file, right? So please select this. Yeah, please select file system. Done, guys, and click on next. So here we can browse to that location where we have got user exit, which is user exit MDM, right? UE is something, whatever. You can just select or simply UE can just select. Say OK. And enable the checkbox so that all will be available. Yeah. Fine, and then click on finish. Yeah. Now, if you look at here, can you see here? Post learning user exit. This is the previous one which we discussed. Yes, sir. Now, this is the old one. So whatever is there earlier, right? So that's it. Now, if you look at problems, no problems, right? No warnings. Why? Because it contains what? The libraries. Yeah, if you look at here, so log4j is there, MDNU is there, ODBC 14 for database, this is for common. All the 4 jars are available. I hope you also could able to see it. Please verify these things, because when you want to build your own thing, right? These jars are mandatory, guys. MDM UE, ODBC, SAPN API, even log4j for log. Yeah. Log4j will get it free, and MDM UE we should get it from Informatica, either from as part of package or from resource kit. This you can also get it from Oracle site. This again, I think this we discussed as part of cleanse, right? Same jar. Yeah.
If not there, we can add library, correct?
Yes, you are right. You are right. Perfect. So to do that, there are 2 ways to add jars. One, add external uh, jar and then go to that location. So where go to that library and select and add it. Example. Okay. So this way we can add it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we I selected some other path because just to make sure that we can add it in this way. Yeah. So that's one way. And second way is what? Let me delete this. Second way is what we can also add jars. That's another way. Yeah. So then make sure that if you have those jars in this, let's say, same library, right? Then we can use this option, or else no. So if you have external to this particular folder, then we can go to external jars. You know, wherever you want, you can just get it. So add jars, same location, external jars from anywhere. Yeah. So we can also add direct library from JRE library, whatever, by using this way. Anyway, this Eclipse part you guys will be knowing it, so I should not talk about it. So mainly these jars should be available. That's the bottom line. Done, guys, all. So we know prerequisites, which is jars. Then, for example, let us say if you have not imported this example post landing user exit, see, you'll get an error. Can you see here? We got error here, right? So you can clearly see that's a warning anyway. I need to go to problems, yeah, where you can see expand errors. See, post landing. So See, there is an error here. Error line you can see, right? Post-running user exit cannot be resolved to a type because we have not imported it. Yeah. So to import it, we have to have that particular jar. Yeah. For example, let us say I remove that jar. Yeah. Remove this jar. Right. Then say OK. Now see here, we can see errors, right? See this cannot be resolved because that package is not library is not imported. You can see the effect of that, right? Which means these classes are derived from an MDM UE package. Yeah? So we need to get it imported. That's one way. I think, and second way, add jars from the library. That's it. Yeah. Now it will disappear. Errors are gone. So similarly, others also can test it out. Yeah? So that's it, guys. Like how one can compile the code. Yeah? We have seen this, and let's just save it. Yeah. Yeah. Once you are done with this, the next step is what? So if you want, you can modify, guys. I've just modified some names just to understand because earlier I have given staging table name. Now I gave LND and stage change. Yeah. The next step is what? We need to create a jar. We can create a jar, one from here, or second, like for example, export, jar file. Can you see here under Java category, we can see jar file. Yeah. Then click on next. So here, you see export generated class files and resources. Whatever, you can just select this. So let's say UE, we are trying to what? Export class files and corresponding dependents, which is resources like property files. Yeah. Click on finish. See, we already have it because I've already done once, right? Say yes. Yeah. This here, this message you can ignore. This is a warning. It's not error. Yeah. That's it. So this is what we do. One, to write a code. To write a code, dependence, we talked about it. And what is written as part of the code as we discussed. Simple. We are trying to read the data from a table and apply some cleansing, which is remove spaces. That's all we are doing. And see the effect of spaces in the log file. That's simple extension to existing landing table. Yeah. So connect to database. Then now get the data from landing, apply cleansing for one column. That's all we have done. Yeah. Then, so we have created what jar file. Yeah. This is the class file. And then this is the pre-built jar files. Yeah. This is source data. Yeah. Yeah. So based on this, so we can see what you call UE jar file. That's what we created. We did right 1512, the system date. Yeah. 12 just 2 minutes ago. Yeah. This is the procedure to create a jar. Next step is what? As part of the theory, we talked about registration, right? You can see here, right? So we need to what you call implementation part is done. Then packaged and created a Java. Till this part you have done. Creation of Java code, generation of Java file. Next, so we need to register it. To register, no? So we need to go to all guys. Please log on to this app console. Yeah. Yeah. So we need to go to user object registry. Where? Because I've already done once, right? So we can see it here. Yeah. User exits. Yeah. So we need to. So you can just click on plus, guys, because I've already done that. Is enabled. Click on plus and go to that location. Select jar file. Yeah. So please do that. Now let's click on edit, browse, select this, say OK. That's what I need to do. Yeah. And so I've just been post landing user exit. So please do that, guys. So this is the another step. Last step is what? Executing the corresponding stage job. Yeah. So automatically this user exit, which is post landing user exit, right? It will be executed automatically. Yeah.
So this is generic for all the tables it will apply.
Yes, Uma?
So this is generic, right? To all the tables it will apply.
No, only one. So in the code, like whatever is in the code, it will be applied for those. So for example, here we applied for what? Stage. So like input, whatever input we get it, no landing. Uma, for that one to be applied, not all.
Yeah. So here, let's say if I don't mention the table name, then it will apply to all the landing tables.
No, we have to mention that is mandatory. Can you see here? It takes landing table as input.
But landing table name, I'm saying, I get it. All the landing tables.
But columns, can you see here? Some in that, let's say to answer the question, columns are different for different landing tables. But anyway, the kind of cleansing that we do for one will differ from others. So usually we use some other user exit to take care for other landing tables. Yeah? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, why I'm asking this is, let's say I have 5 landing tables. Obviously, the logic I want to write for different landing tables, for each landing table, it's going to be different, right? So there is no case, a condition or if condition that I can see here, or maybe it's because it is just a sample. But in real world, we will have conditions, and then we will have logic by individual landing table. Or are you saying that by landing table we will write separate user exit itself?
By landing table, that's separate exit. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what,
Okay.
yeah. Your point is valid, but that is good in case if we have similar columns from multiple landing tables. Yes, so we can apply same user exit for all. Yeah, but normally in real case it will not happen. But yes, another way we think, right, there could be some zip code for all the landing tables which has to be cleansed from user exits. In that case, yes, your question is very valid. So we can take care of it, but unfortunately, we don't have it in normal user exit to take care. To take care of that, so what we need to do here is, so we have to write one more external function. Within that, we have to call n number of calls, process user exit multiple times for all the landing tables. That way you can take care. We have to extend this code more. But one, At any given point in time, it will take only one landing table because this process user exit is applicable for one only. Yep. Okay.
Okay,
Fine.
so in this
So-
case, what is that landing table name?
L&D CRM.
Okay,
Like
so where
columns,
have
can
you
see
mentioned that? I think I missed that part. Where have you mentioned that?
No, we don't hard code it, Umang. So what we do here is, can you see here? So we supply what staging table, landing table, PRL table. We in a
Correct.
sense, when you run, now we register, right, Umang?
Mm-hmm.
Wherever it matches, right? Now let's say we registered it. Yes, sir. Now wherever this particular columns matches, right? I'll go to that particular stage job, which is a mapping. You got right, Uma? Then we'll go and execute it. So because here it is it will execute. Wherever it matches, right? Then it will execute. But in reality, it would not be the case, Uma.
Yeah, so until that select query part, it will get invoked for all the landing tables. Is the understanding
Exactly.
correct?
You are right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand. All right.
Fine. That's it. So now just a refresh. So we executed, right? There are 9 rows. See, we registered it. We have also executed, which means this user exit as per the diagram, right? That we discussed. Yeah. So this user exit should have been what you call post landing user exit should have been executed because we have already registered. This session part is done. Yeah. This should be executed automatically. Yeah. Before the data sends to this particular stage table, right? Now, so where do we see the effect of that? So that's where, so we can go to this JBus location where you will have standalone log file. Can you see here? It will generate a log. So we can see 1217 just now, right? It is modified. So we can open that log. Yeah, it's a big one. It will take time. So this is end to let it get completed. So our messages should be seen as part of this log file. Yes. Now expand it. Oh my God. Size is very huge. Yeah, fine. So now we can search for staging table. Yes. Can you see here? So now it formed the CSTG CRM. Where can you see here among and others landing table name, PRL table name? Yes or no? You're printing here, right? Yes or no? We can see that print values and we have changed the names. Yeah. So that we'll see in the bottom. Now look at here. So we are also printing before replacement, whatever messages that we have right, in this particular code. Yeah. So yes, can you see here? We are also printing what before replacement spaces last. Yes or no? We can see that message, yeah, spaces 2 or whatever after space replacement. So that also we have in the code after space replacement C2 column, right? So C2 column data we can see it, yeah, after space replacement, whatever, right? Then and it's repeated for all the rows. There are 9 rows, right? It is repeated for all. That's it. Yeah. I hope it is clear, no? Yes or no? So that's it. This way, one, we could able to, what you call, create a code, and then second is what we can start, what compile it, generate a jar, and then integrate with this particular, what you call, MDM Hub console using user object registry. So this is what we do as part of step-by-step instructions. See, rest of the stage activities or some other activities that has happened. So we can see all. So this one. So 12:15, right? Around 12:16. I've done. Yeah. I hope all of you could able to see the same thing, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Good. So this is the second Java stuff I think we discussed. One cleansing of another one is this. Yeah. Now.
So 2, 3 questions, Narsimha, before you switch over to another topic.
Yes, yes.
So this configuration and code, how can we move from one environment to the another, like from dev to QA to production? Is it the same process for code and configuration both, or it's the different?
So yeah, while migration, right? So we migrate metadata that is from Hub Store, right? Second, the jar files like user exits or whatever actions that you have done, right? Those things we have to take care. These two things. The rest all will be part of export process.
Yeah, but how to do that? Sorry, it's new to me, so asking this.
Just repository manager. So we have got repository manager. So yeah, if you go to this Hub console, right? Probably I'll talk about it tomorrow. So
okay,
can you see repository manager? Anyway, I'll talk about it. Yeah. Because we have got debugging module. I did not cover that. During that time, I'll cover enterprise manager, all the tools under configuration I'll touch upon. So in the repository manager, we'll answer a question where you can just select this and perform export. Export what? Any ORS that you want. Exam ORS. Before that, we need to validate, select ORS, and then say save. It will be saved to change list, which is like XML file. Then copy that XML file, change list file to some other environment. Then perform import. That's the process. But anyway, we'll do.
It's a manual export import process. You're saying it cannot be a CI/CD process kind of a thing.
CI/CD, that's DevOps, right? Yes, we can write that DevOps script. That's not a big deal. But here,
it can be done.
Yes, very much possible. If I get time, I'll show that script how to write it. It's not complex also. No, yeah, you are.
Yeah, that would be an interesting part.
Yeah, this is actually this tool has it was developed long time back. So they have not taken care of it. Even Informatica, they have not done it using that CI/CD process. But it's easy part. Yeah. So to do that, yeah. So we can just write one Jenkins script to take care of it if you want that to be used. But if you don't want, here also you can just write a shell script to take care of that auto migration.
Narsimha, one question on this one. So like changeless generation still will be manual, right? Changeless we have to manually generate. Only the import export part can be put with the DevOps, right? Changeless creation we have to do manually, right? Comparing the objects and
even that also, Vivek. Yes, you are right. Actually, from console you are right, but from the backend, right? So when you write a script, like whatever happens as part of this export process from Hub console, right? Same thing we do it from shell script. So changes also will be generated from the shell script.
So I'm not talking about changes. I'm talking about change list generation. Like what exactly I need to migrate. Like I have to choose what exactly I need to migrate, right? So that's what I'm saying.
That's what.
Like
As
for,
part of, yes, there's a process to generate change. That process, right? We put it as part of this shell script. So that also be taken care of. Vivek. Actually, it will call some jar files, Vivek. That we need to execute from shell script. That's all. Yeah.
okay.
So there are jar executables actually. So that will take care.
It would be interesting, Narasimha, if you can cover that tomorrow.
Yeah. One last minute you are asking this question. Okay, I don't know.
I
I'll
thought
get confused.
you were going to cover that anyway, but okay.
Okay, I'll try that. But yeah, actually, you know what? Like, yeah, just to correlate, no, in Power Center, so we have got so which command we use to perform this auto migration? We have got command, right? Yes or no? PM rep command we have, right? Yes or no? Using that object export, object import, we have two options, right? For PM rep command. Same thing here. Similarly, we do it here by using a jar, underlying jar files, nothing else. Uma and Vivek. Anyway, we'll see that. Yeah.
But that
Yes.
will do the import export. That's what I was telling. That the import export I understand, but
No, including
what
change
component?
creation also, including changes creation. Yeah, fine. Yeah. See, we just start export some jars. That's what it does. See, changes creation means what process, right? That process will be done by whom? Java. Who is the Java? From jar. If you just call jar, right, executable, it will be executed. Then it will create a process. Changes fine. Yeah, fine. Okay.
Probably a
So
quick demo would help, Narsim. I think just to avoid those confusions, right? I mean,
okay, I'll try that one. Yeah, fine.
yeah.
No.
Um, so one question related to it, like that could be for the configurations. This export import which you showed, that is for configuration. But how about the user exits?
Oh, this jar files, huh? So that we
Mm-hmm.
have to, these are extensions, right, Uma? So these jar files we need to copy. Again, as part of auto, right, as per your suggestion, as part of shell script, we'll also copy these jar files from, let's say, one environment, other environment. So we place the jar files in the, we take care as per shell script also. But yes, that's not part of normal export import. These are extra things, like a cleansing part extra. This also extra, fine. And also even other like jars for even for best example, right? So those jars also we have to take care separately as part of separate export process. Yeah. So those extra things we have to
Yeah,
take
but
care.
how to take care? That's what my question is.
Hmm? Copy.
How to
See,
do
we
that? That's
just
what my question is.
yeah. So we let's say there are three jar extra files. Example user exit we have done one. Second, best,
Mm-hmm.
let's say we have done second. And third is a cleansing we have done. Three things I think we talked about, right? Out of them, two practical we have done. That's it. Let's take two things which we have done practically. So what we need to do? We need to FTP these two what you call jar files to some
Mm-hmm.
other environment. That's what we need to do. Yeah.
Okay. And
Uh,
you're saying that can also be included into the CI/CD process.
Shell script only. Forget of CSCD. Again, we need so we need to follow
Shell
some other
script.
process. CSCD means you need to what you call download, install some changes, whatever, right? That has to be done.
Yeah.
Without that pre-built framework, we can simply write a shell script. Forget about that process.
Mm.
That is required for big ones, but this is small one, small thing, right? Some small shell script will solve this problem. Yeah,
Got it. Got it.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, another way is what if you don't want this environment to be used, then place this under central repository. Anybody can just copy from there, like FTP that those files to any environment. Yeah, the central repository is very much required. Yeah, so where we place the jar files and exported change list file, then copy jar files and change list file wherever you want, like testing environment, product environment, whatever. Right?
Mm.
Yes,
But
even CSC also use
from the
GitHub. Sorry.
from the best practice point of view, like who is
Mhm.
supposed to do that? And
We have to take care. No, we are building a solution and we need to make it available. Developers should do that because we need to make it available to others also. For testing people, where do you have this thing so that we can get it and then test it? If they have that question, answer is what? We need to place it in some repository so that they can just get FTP it and import so that they'll get all. Developers, yes, they have to take care, or if you have some other migration team, they have to take care. Simple.
there's a
Right?
QA kind of QA production. I mean, to give this export import access in production to everyone, don't you think that is a bit critical and risky as well?
It is critical, but yeah, but once you place it in repository, right? These guys will be tested, testing guys. And if there are any changes, again, if there are issues, right? They'll notify those issues to dev team. They have to fix it. Final thing only, it will be kept in what? A repository which is a frozen. That can be used in production, which is well tested one. This is a continuous process, like between testing team and development team. Once it is certified by testing team, then it will go to the repository where it can be used in production. Uma?
Okay.
Yeah, this is a
All
normal
right.
process.
Last question from my end, that's related to user exit only. Like the only places where you have highlighted into your document, that's the only place where we will have user exits, or um, there is some other way as well to check if any user exit is available.
So see, ultimately user exit, we just need some functionality like what we did. We got it already, right? So we can check whether it is done properly or not in the log file or in a
Oh, no, no,
corresponding
no.
language.
I'm saying user exit. Let's say I have a requirement, enhancement requirement on the screen. Uh, I'll give you one example, uh, probably a recent one. So there is a parent-child relationship. I, as a user, updated something at the parent. Let's say status of the customer. I have changed it to something, and there are like, let's say, 4 5 children customer. Okay, and I also want to change status of it. Let's say if I block the parent customer, the children customers should also get blocked automatically.
Okay.
Now, one way to handle this is I will put a validation and force user to update the status manually, right? And another way to do is at the time of update, I also change it automatically. Like I also block the child customers automatically. Now, if I want to put this enhancement somewhere,
Yes, we can do that.
how can
In
I
user
search
exit.
it? How can I search for that user exit?
Exactly. This is a good example of where we can build user exit. For example, if any parent record get changed, so child's also should get changed. Yeah. So whatever
Mhm.
uh, such kind of dependency, right, across multiple tables, right? That also we can take care as part of user exit.
Yeah, yeah, but
Wherein
how can I search for the relevant user exit? That's what my question is.
it all see, it depends on what this guy takes care of only. These are pre-built, right? So pre-built in the sense wherever you want, what you call, let's say in this case stage, we have just talked about post landing, right? Umang. It will
Mm-hmm.
applicable only for post landing. It is a fixed one, so we cannot use it wherever you want. Only post landing only is applicable. Similarly, we got some more user exits like a pre-stage, post-stage, whatever, right? Other than that, if you want it, Umang, let's say your
Hmm.
question is not related to pre-built user exits. Example.
Yeah.
Then we have to build our own custom user exit, Umang. Like we talked about custom stored procedure, right? Umang.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then write a custom stored procedure and get it registered to MDM Hub. So when you try to what you call run the batch group, we run this for validation. As part of the flow, we just call it custom SP. So that it will be taken care as part of validation, all that. If everything is successful, then only downstream job would get executed. The dependency part we have to take care. Uma, write a first step, writing a custom procedure to take care of parent-child stuff, then get it registered MDM hub, then call it as part of batch group. These 3 steps we have to do it. Uma.
Okay, so you are saying user exits are available only to the places which is mentioned in your document. Outside
That
that,
is
any
the
customization or enhancement that we want to do, it should be within the custom stored procedure.
exactly. You are right. Yeah, you got it. Uma. Yeah.
Okay, and are you going to cover that part, custom stored procedure, as to how to write it and how to
I
uh,
don't know that much time.
configure its power?
If I get time, I'll cover. Uma.
Okay,
Mostly not. No, but I'll share the documentation. Yeah,
yeah, that would help.
fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, guys? Okay. Okay, fine. So, okay, I think we talked about user exit. User exit, that's enough, I think. So we talked about 2 Java stuff, right? One more thing I'll try to cover. So which is how to build our own application from outside MDM hub so that we can talk to what you call hub store to perform, like how to read data from the hub store, how to write data to hub store, or how to read bulk records from hub store, how to update. Such kinds of manipulations can also be done with our own application. Yeah. So that full control rather than what I call depend on someone. For example, let's say I'm a Salesforce guy. Yeah. So where I would be modifying the data to hub store based on the way that I wanted. Let's say one of the source guy. In that case, how do you do that? So that's where we will talk about one SIF or service integration framework application, where we perform all these operations like create a record, modify a record, delete a record, search a record, search bulk records, all such operations, right? We'll try to do that. So that will have full customization. See, I'm trying to talk about more customization stuff, guys, because MDM has got a lot of holes. Yeah? So those things we can easily fill up by if you have understanding of this, like how to write it. That's why user like Java part I covered, plans I covered. I'll also cover to build our own custom application. Yeah? And provisioning base call I cannot cover because this version we don't have a license.